Now here's the deal. 1. The UFO phenomenon is not real. The UFO phenomenon is not real. Now here's the deal. 1. The UFO phenomenon is not real. 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 And it's not real. And it's not real. The UFO phenomenon is not real.
But no evidence of any kind to back up any of these stories has ever been presented. George Knapp, who's built an entire career around stories of UFOs and the paranormal, and who was one of the authors of the Hunt for the Skinwalker book, was asked about evidence on the Joe Rogan show.
Because they weren't there with cameras.
Is there any evidence?
Like for the first 20 months when the rancher is there, they don't have any evidence because he's not a paranormal investigator.
At this point, Knapp begins telling more stories about UFOs on and near the ranch. Rogan then interrupts and asks again.
Again, is there any evidence?
No, not really.
Oh.
If you're looking for physical evidence and solid proof, and they don't have it.
Oh. Knapp saying there's no proof or evidence is quite strange, considering the book Knapp co-authored says this: "We obtained an intriguing body of physical evidence to support many of the accounts described in the book." Okay, so where is that intriguing body of physical evidence?
Folks are doing, and anti-gravity propulsion is something they want very badly. Bob said that the key to it was this element 115. He had a piece of it. I saw it. In fact, he had a little experiment they did with what's called a cloud chamber, where they had, it looked to me like light. They had a piece of this 115 in this chamber. They put some smoke in it, and it seemed, and then had a beam of light through it, and the light bent. Bob, at one point, when he thought he was going to die, had this piece of 115 in a, it was in a lead casing, in a disc-shaped casing, and he had it in front of a particle accelerator at his house, and he had the accelerator on, and all he had to do was flip a button. If this stuff was real, as he described it, flipping that button would hit it with, I don't know, it's protons or electrons, whatever it was, that would make it explode, an annihilation that would have left a great big hole in Las Vegas. And he had that piece. I saw the experiment. What happened to it, that's a story for another time. It's in a spot now where nobody could get to it, but it's still there. One of these days, maybe after Bob's gone, I'll go dig it up.
They come down this dirt road one night, and they see two figures, humanoid-looking figures, standing up with their backs to the road, and looked like they were smoking cigarettes. They had trench coats on, smoking cigarettes, standing out on the road. These guys figure, what are these fellas up to? So they're pulling up, and they shining their lights on the guys, and they turn around, and they were dogs.
She saw this standing on two legs, a wolf creature, a wolf standing in her yard, its paws crossed like this, leaning on a tree, staring back at her.
Can you tell us more about the non-human entities you'd spoken of in today's hearing?
Unfortunately, I can't speak to that in this public hearing, but I'd be more than willing to talk about it in a private skiff of some kind.
All right, well, let's set that up. Before we end this hearing, can you tell me about the bottles in front of you?
Well, the sunscreen is because I burn easily, and the bug spray is, well, for the bugs, and garlic is for, well, if aliens exist, why not vampires?
Okay, well, I look forward to hearing about the information and proof that you have. I believe we should also include a member of the general public to be present during this meeting.
I think that'd be highly productive. first off, I'd like to thank you for being here. As a member of the general public, we feel like it's very important for us to be as open and transparent with the evidence and the proof that we have regarding this topic.
Hey, I gotta say thank you for having me. I mean, this is kind of an honor to be, picked to be in this meeting with you guys. I mean, I'm sure this is the first time something like this has happened, and I think it's really important that we all kind of get on the same page so we can start working together. And for the first time in history, I would really love it if you guys would just shoot straight with us. Tell us the truth. Give us what you got.
Okay, to start this thing off, I'm going to share a series of photos with you, and you just tell me what you think of that.
I mean, they're interesting, but it's not anything that couldn't just be done in a studio. Who hasn't seen photos of aliens? Am I right? Sorry, just not compelling enough.
All right, so, we do have video evidence if you'd like to watch that and let me know what you think.
I don't know, man. I mean, could just be really good CGI. I mean, you guys have an unlimited budget, obviously, and you did fake the moon landing after all, so I mean, it looks cool, but I just don't know if I believe it still. Sorry.
We do have official government documents, very high level. You're the only general public eyes to see this, so love to get your take on that.
Official documents? Like things I can just go on the internet and read? I mean, come on, anybody could have typed these up. You could just be pulling a fast one over on me. And aliens are doing exist, and could have just typed this up. Look at all the black marks on this thing. I mean, how am I supposed to really read into it when half of it's all blacked out? See, I mean, we're here to discuss all this information, and you're still censoring everything. I mean, what is that all about?
Honestly, I don't know what else you want. This is all that we have. This is the best proof we have.
I knew this was gonna happen. I want more! I need more! More proof! More, that's what I need. I just need more. I mean, I need more. I need more.
I feel like you're being kind of childish about this.
You're a child!
We have spacecraft. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight, we are continuing our coverage of the alleged UFO whistleblower, David Grusch. Everybody knows how I feel about this. A real whistleblower violates security oaths. A real whistleblower breaks NDAs and provides an incredible amount of evidence for the claims being made. But this spoon-fed narrative that we have all been having spoon-fed to us is beginning to unravel already. That's right. The story is already unraveling. After all, we saw the stunning article about Dave Grusch being not quite as mentally stable as they tried to pretend he was, even going out of their way in the original News Nation article to ask him if he had any mental problems or anything that would, cause him to just make things up or be less than credible as a witness. And let's be clear, he is a witness to hearsay. Other people told him things. And there are, of course, excuses for why he has no evidence. And, if you ask me if you were going to carefully construct a UFO grift, this would be the way that you do it. Give him an out for why there's no evidence for these fantastical claims being made. Oh, I gave my evidence to the Inspector General of the intelligence community, and I gave my evidence behind closed doors in Senate and congressional, hearings in a SCIF in a secure area. That's because my information is so classified. No, it's not. The DOD cleared this man to speak publicly about alien bodies, crash retrieval programs, and alien spaceships. The DOD essentially said, none of that is classified. If you want to talk about that, go ahead. But somehow we get the stunning excuse that he can't give us any evidence of the claims being made. Then it all begins to unravel more, because now we find out that he's repeating UFO stories from Elizondo. You remember him, the guy who lied to the New York Times about running a $22 million funded secret Pentagon UFO program that he was the director of. Turns out he's only the director of a Pentagon UFO program in the land of make-believe, because the Pentagon in official statement said he had no assigned responsibilities around the UFO issue. Wasn't his job. Now, he may have looked into UFOs in his spare time, but that is a far cry from the false, completely and totally fake narrative that was thrust at us from Leslie Kean, whatever, of the New York Times article that started all of this false disclosure narrative. And the false disclosure narrative continues. This is the 2.0 version. Oh, the main player of the last one got knocked out for lying to the New York Times. We need a new front man. Let's find somebody that we can push front and center into the spotlight and keep this money train rolling. But let's forget to tell everybody that he was committed to a mental institution. Let's forget to tell everybody that he had alcohol issues that may have caused him to be committed by a judge to a mental institution. Let's pretend he's completely and totally mentally stable and keep using words like decorated American war hero. I'm not buying it, and neither should you, because every single person that is pushing this narrative, and more importantly, every single person that is profiting from this narrative, have all been caught before 100% provably selling 100% provably fake stories. Every person. Leslie Kean, remember the New York Times fake article about Elizondo that was completely and totally factually inaccurate, filled with factual errors, half-truths, and manipulations of available data to sell a narrative. Leslie Kean, whatever, even admitted later that she purposefully left out all the stuff about the werewolves and the dino beavers and the skinwalker scam because she wanted to add legitimacy to the UFO topic. Well, all she did was make it the subject of mockery again. Because when people say, oh, all that stuff is fake, it's because of people pushing fake stories like Keen, whatever. And by the way, she also believes in ectoplasm and mediums, right? The spiritualist movement. Oh, wrapping hands, right? A spirit touched me. She's a wackadoo. Everybody pushing this narrative is a wackadoo. Then we bring in Ross Coulthart, disgraced Australian journalist. And by the way, everyone is so offended right now that a journalist actually did their job and vetted the background of somebody telling fantastical fairy tales so far about aliens and spaceships, right? How dare that guy accurately report on this person's mental instability of the past? How dare he do that? Why did a journalist have to do that? Oh, that's right. Because they lied in all the original reports, or lie by omission. Let's leave that part about him getting committed to a mental institution out of the whole story, unless we get caught, and then we'll spin it. Oh, they're attacking a guy with PTSD. Oh, they're attacking a guy with mental problems. This is a smear job. This is a slime job. No, that's what a journalist is supposed to do. When somebody steps onto the national spotlight and starts making absolutely fantastical claims, right? Oh, we've got alien spaceships that we've recovered. We've got non-human bodies that we've recovered. Well, it's a journalist's job when somebody steps into the national spotlight like that and starts making claims like that. It's a journalist's job to vet the source. And we were sold all this. Oh, he's got impeccable credentials. Oh, except for that time he got committed by a judge into a mental institution against his will. He was so mentally unstable that his wife had to call the police. The police took him to an emergency room, and there a psychiatric nurse placed him, put the wheels in motion so that he could be evaluated by mental health care professionals in a mental institution. These are facts. And if you don't like those facts, they're still facts. The truth is still the truth, whether you like it or not. These so-called truthers are not bringing you truth. They are bringing you a carefully constructed illusion of a true story. And they do that with layers of deception. Welcome to Truthseekers, old friends and new. Tonight, we are going to be peeling back those layers of deception and bringing you the full story, something that is sorely, severely lacking in the land of UFO profiteering. And I do have some public questions. How much money did everybody make so far? How much money did Nexstar Media, which also owns George Knapp's News 7 company, which also has a piece of George Knapp's Mystery Wire company? Maybe they also own News Nation, who is the people that are 24/7 pushing this narrative, right? And I love how Ross Coulthart is so offended that a journalist would do a smear job, right? Oh, it's a smear job. He forgets to tell everybody that Ross Coulthart got paid by an absolute murderer and war criminal. Ross Coulthart was paid by that person to smear the journalists telling the truth about his war crimes. He took that paycheck. He smeared those journalists, or was willing to do that for some cash. But this Intercept journalist is the bad guy. And isn't it great that all of the people profiting from this story, all of which lied by omission about Mr. Grusch's past mental problems, are so upset because a journalist revealed that? You know why? Because the grift is unraveling. It's all coming down. That house of cards this whole shit story is built on is coming down, friends. And we're here to help hasten that. I don't want to wait 5 or 6 or 8 years to find out that this guy's full of it, like Elizondo. How long did it take for that story from the New York Times to unravel, right? And let's see, friends, let me check my timer here. We are only 20 minutes into the broadcast. I've barely begun speaking, and already our live stream is demonetized, limited or no ads, proving once again that if you want to sell complete and total fake stories like flares being giant alien spaceships, you can be fully monetized. However, if you're going to be critical of UFO profiteering whores that do that, you get your videos instantly demonetized as soon as you go live. As soon as you go live. We can't have anybody screwing up the CIA narrative, right? But I will take those licks and we will keep moving forward. If you're just joining us, we are going to be continuing coverage of this whole Dave Grusch narrative that is slowly unraveling. They forgot to tell us about a lot of things. One of the things they forgot to tell us about is some of that retaliation that Dave Grusch claimed that he was suffering for whistleblowing wasn't retaliation. It was him being investigated for hanging out with UFO grifters who have routinely been spreading classified and sensitive information or information from classified briefings. Did you know that Corbell leaked images of a video that was from a classified briefing? Did you know that that Mosul orb video was hyped up for release the very same day that Jeremy Corbell met Dave Grusch? Listen, if you have a high degree of clearances, and there are some UFO grifters who are routinely somehow getting in possession of material from classified briefings and then releasing that material, or people who are, did you know that Corbell released videos from inside a Navy warship or command center? You go ask anybody in the Navy if you're allowed to film inside a Navy warship during operations and then give it to a journalist to release publicly. No, you're not. That would be either classified or highly sensitive material, and you'd probably lose your job for leaking that. So is it any wonder that the superiors of this man may have said, whoa, he's hanging out publicly with people who are leaking sensitive and perhaps even classified information from classified briefings? And, you know, these people, George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell is claiming that they're in skiffs listening to what? Classified information? What are they doing in a skiff? A secure location for the discussion of classified material. Corbell has said both him and Knapp have been in skiffs. Why? Why are they releasing government-funded videos and then profiting from them, even watermarking them, copywriting them? I'm here to tell you, even that pyramid video that they released, that was taxpayer-funded video. They have no right to profit from it. And again, go ask somebody in the Navy. If there are unknown craft flying over your vessel that you happen to be on, go ask anybody in the Navy if you're allowed to film it and then give it to a UFO profiteer like Jeremy Corbell to profit from. No, you're not. No, you're not. And these guys are acting shocked, like the government investigated Dave Grusch after he hung out with us at a Star Trek convention, which is a whole nother story. This whole story is ridiculous. So we were told that Dave Grusch is completely mentally stable, has no mental illness, right? And they cut the part about his PTSD and, you know, maybe having mental problems out of the original interview because that did not help them to sell the narrative that they were trying to sell, which is highly decorated, highly placed man with super high intelligence credentials says aliens are here. And we have spacecraft, and we have crash retrievals, and we have alien bodies even. That's the story that they're trying to sell you. Now ask yourself, what evidence have we seen? Except for the mention of a 1933 most likely hoaxed Italian UFO case, the only evidence of which are what many people believe to be some hoax documents. And then another UFO scammer who was involved in the Trinity UFO hoax added on the part about the Vatican, the bodies, and all of that stuff. none of the original evidence of that story included those details. Those details were added. We want to take a moment to recognize and welcome the live chat. And I have a very, very special announcement, something I'm so excited about. I can't even tell you how excited I am about this. Some time ago, we started something that I call the Truthseekers Distribution Network. And this will allow us to spread our gospel to every place on the internet that will have us, or that we can reasonably do that with. So we created our distribution network. And recently I was contacted by a new website, a new free speech platform. And I got to tell you, I was a little hesitant at first, but I tried out their site. It's called pill.net. And now, having used it, especially having used it as a content creator, I want to tell you how much I highly recommend pill.net. It is a free speech network that combines all of the greatest things that we love from sites like Twitter and Facebook, YouTube and video sharing, live streaming sites like Twitch. They have great live chat, group chats, group video chats. It is an incredible site. And these guys, I got to know one of the founders a little bit. His name is Matt Brown. And we want to thank Matt Brown for being so welcoming of a struggling content creator who needs a greater bullhorn. Matt Brown was there and said, I got your bigger bullhorn right here. Come with us. We have no censorship, no interference. You have complete and total creative control over your show. We won't change anything. We won't mess with you or your show or your format. You could do whatever it is that you're doing now, but come and do it with us, and come and do it better with us. And I got to tell you, we did some tests today. We tested our first couple of live streams over there, which were pre-recorded. We are streaming there live right now. It's our first live stream to pill.net. Now, I could tell you a lot about the site pill.net. What I can tell you so far is that the world sorely needs a free speech platform. I thought for a while that Rumble or Odyssey was going to be that, but we saw that Odyssey, from a technical perspective, it's not working the way that YouTube and other sites do. And so we kind of backed off of that. I hope they repair their issues. I'm a big fan of their CEO, Julian Chandra, who's really trying to do great things there. But we had to pull back because there was no viewership there. There was a lot of technical problems, and we looked for alternatives. Pill.net is that better alternative for us for now. And we also thought Rumble would be it, but we see that Rumble is sort of rewriting the terms of service, and, there may be some censorship, even though we said we'd never have censorship. They're kind of backpedaling. But I still have high hopes for Rumble, and we will remain there. We're currently live streaming tonight to 7 locations. And tonight is the first live stream on our new distribution platform, pill.net. Now, I want to invite you, all of our viewers, to go there and sign up for pill.net. It's free. There's a great deal of content there that you might not get elsewhere, because maybe people have been banned from places and they're going to do their thing there. I got to thank the founders there and the creators of pill.net for really being incredibly welcoming of a struggling content creator like me. And I have decided that I am all chips in. They're willing to use all their resources to help me. They're giving me unlimited space. We're going to upload our entire 1,000+ show catalog to pill.net. So we'll have a backup in case of any outrageous censorship. We'll have a complete and total backup of our entire show's history right on pill.net. It's going to enable us to reach more people. We did some test streams today, and I was amazed. People are sharing the video, and it's got this interesting system of a red and a blue pill. So if you post content, people can choose the red pill or the blue pill. The red pill, of course, if they want to take a trip down your particular rabbit hole. And of course, the blue pill, if they aren't very receptive to what it is that you are putting out. The whole system is new. And I have to tell you, there may be some, weirdness or technical issues. They're still developing it, but you gotta love dreamers. These guys dreamed of a free speech site. They have been coding this thing since 2018, friends. That's a long time to be working on something. They've been working on this thing year after year after year and developing it and getting it better and getting it better. Now they've got the back end to go into wide mode here and let users in and experience this great thing. Here's a quick video that was provided to me by them. And I want to remind you that when you sign up, it'll ask who referred you. Let them know. Let them know that Steve Cambion sent you. Either put Steve Cambion in that line or put Truthseekers. Let them know that I sent you. And if you are a content creator looking for a new free speech platform, please do put my name in there and I can get with you and help you to expedite the process of getting your system set up and getting set up by them to live stream your content. They're specifically looking for live streamers, for people who create live stream shows. And I'd like to help some of my content creator friends expand their shows to a new platform, put my name in there, and that may help expedite things if you want to be a content creator there. Now, here's some information on our new distribution platform and sponsor. They're going to be sponsoring our show here. I can't tell you how excited I am about them. I highly recommend you check them out.
Welcome to Pill.net. We aren't just another social media platform. We are the home of free speech. Pill.net offers people a place to share their thoughts, ideas, and content without the threat of censorship. With live streaming, uploaded content, social media posting, and more, Pill.net goes the extra mile by introducing innovative features like mobile push notifications that keep you connected without relying on big tech app stores. These notifications allow creators to instantly alert their audience when they're live or have posted new content, ensuring that your message reaches the right audience at the right time. Plus, with monetization available from day one, you can turn your passion into earnings right from the get-go. Donations and subscription options make it easier than ever to earn income with your content. And it doesn't stop there. Pill.net is constantly evolving to meet your needs. Our updated direct messaging system makes it easier than ever for content creators to engage with people privately. Anyone can also go start their own group chats with friends. Pill.net is more than just a platform. It's a lively community where everyone's voice counts. Make your account today and let our team welcome you to Pill.net. Free speech lives here.
So there we have it, friends. A real free speech network. No censorship there. And again, for content creators, you're monetized from the jump. They do have to go through a few things to set you up so that you can live stream and accept the monetization options, including subscriptions. They have their own sort of in-app currency. They call it gold pills and cookie system and all these things, but it will translate into whatever you want via Stripe, and you can withdraw whatever you've earned. I think it's a great option. We welcome them as distribution partners and sponsors of Truthseekers. I'm told that we'll be featured there. They've already put us in their promo section, sort of giving us a boost over there. This is going to be great for both of us. I highly recommend them. Now, let's get back into the Dave Grusch story. But first, we will take a moment to recognize the live chat. I see I missed a Mr. Fish 99 pence super sticker, and I apologize. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash. Oh, there it is. Praise the cash, Mr. Fish, and thank you for being a member as well. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And there's the Debster, also a member with a kind and generous $5 super sticker. Such generous and fun people here in our live chat. And if you're listening or watching in the Pill.net live chat, we want to welcome all of you wonderful people. New friends. A lot of people there are not our usual audience members. So this new partnership will help us to grow our audience, and I couldn't be happier about it. And I got to tell you, those guys have been more supportive. Like, when does a content creator at my level get to talk to like the founder and CEO of a new streaming site like that and get direct help? Anything I needed, whatever you need, let's get you going. Those guys are awesome over there. I can't say enough good things about them. I'm really excited. And I do want to mention that we will be doing, remember we did the Truthseekers Uncensored streams on Twitch? We're going to be doing that on pill.net going forward. It's a perfect place for it. We could have dancing girls. Nobody will mind. We could curse all we want. Nobody will mind. You can get drunk. You can do whatever you want. And it's okay. We're all adults, right? So we'll be doing anything to that. Steve Nicholson says, Steven loves anything to do with the Matrix. Yeah, maybe. Yes, and Digital Vortex says, sounds good. Hope it gets your show a broader audience. Get with me off air, Digital Vortex. You are one of the content creators I'd like to recommend to go over there, and I can help you expedite the setup for that, hopefully. Digital Vortex just made an incredible documentary on the Aviator. Go over and check out his channel. I'd be happy to help you, Digital Vortex, get you set up over there. It could be good for all people. Then Lizzie Borden, I'm not going to say that out loud, but there you go. I think that would be okay. There's all kinds of streams that say 420 friendly over there. It's probably okay. So back to a more serious note here. I put out a show last week and then got attacked mercilessly for it because I asked a question, and that is, are UFO promoters taking advantage of this man, Dave Grusch? After all, the guy's not very mentally stable. He may have been, suicidally depressed and had drinking problems in the past. And I got attacked mercilessly even for asking that question. Now, we just found out, thanks to Jeremy Corbell's latest stream, that Jeremy Corbell invited an alcoholic with mental problems to go drink whiskey with him at a bar. But remember, friends, I'm the bad guy. He invites a guy with PTSD that was suicidally depressed a few years ago and had drinking problems to go drink whiskey with him in the bar. But I'm the bad guy. That's how it works. I'm always the bad guy. I'm okay with that. It is what it is. I always say this. I am a hero to some, and I am a villain to others. That's just the way it's going to be. We will report the truth. We will say what needs to be said, and people can form their own opinions. So we are going to be sharing from this weaponized podcast where Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are so upset over the slime job smeared campaign being run against David Grusch. And in this, we get some stunning revelations. First of all, that they knew about his mental problems of the past. And of course, they kept their mouths shut about all of that. They didn't talk about, him having been committed to a mental institution, by a judge. They left that out of all their stories selling this whole narrative. There's a reason they left that out of the whole story. Just like they left out those military exercises when those flares were being dropped out of their giant triangle spaceship story. These people don't report the truth. They construct false true stories by layer upon layer of deception. And my favorite, what am I always saying? The lie by omission. So we're going to put our fair use banner up. We welcome everybody in the live chat. I can't believe it. We're streaming to 7 locations at once tonight. We have one of the best attendances I'm seeing that we've had in quite some time. So we welcome you, Rumble chatters, Twitch chatters, YouTube chatters, Facebook Live people, Twitter Live people, and now the pill.net people. So glad that you're here. This is fair use. It's a transformative work. Lawyer letters are standing by the way. Occasionally, one of these people get upset that we're using their own words to argue our points. This is fair use. It's a transformative work. We're going to be educating the public using the video that we're sharing. We will be critiquing it. We'll be accepting comments and questions from the live chat about that which we are sharing. It's certainly a transformative work. We're certainly educating the public. So this is fair use. And lawyer letters are standing by. Like I said, occasionally one of these guys does not like us using their video, and they'll falsely copyright claim. But just know that copyright claim, if it's false, we'll use our fair use defense letter. I am 28, I think. 28 for 28 times someone falsely copyright claimed us when we were using a video in the spirit of fair use. We've won every single time, 28 times now. So those lawyer letters are standing by just in case. I have a feeling that these guys are going to get a little upset with me about what I'm about to say. And let me be clear, I am not now a fan of either Jeremy Corbell or George Knapp. There was a time I was a fan of George Knapp's back when I still thought that he did good work. I wasn't fully informed enough to realize that George Knapp does the lie by omission. He carefully constructs narratives, not real true stories, but fake true stories that are all just an illusion of a true story that he creates by leaving out things. You know, like they left out those flares from the story about the giant triangle spaceship, or they left out a very easy to come up with explanation of the Boca pyramid spaceships, right? And then they argued it can't be that, it can't be that, it can't be that. Yeah, it was that, confirmed by NASA and the United States government. Mick West was 100% right. They sell fake stories that they carefully construct to appear to be true stories, but they massage all the data. They leave things out of the stories on purpose so that you don't know the truth about the story that they're actually pushing. So we're going to be going through this, friends, and I welcome you to put any comments or questions as we do in all capital letters. I'll share those on the screen. And by doing so, you help me to make this a transformative work and make it covered under fair use. We appreciate the help of all those in the live chat. And thank you for joining us. Let's get into it, friends.
This is weaponized. You know, when we launched this
I know it's monetized
project about 6 months ago, Jeremy, we had this goofy idea that maybe we'd cover things other than UFOs. We'd have fun people, creative people we respect and like that we wanted to hear from. And we'd talk about things other than flying saucers and conspiracies and cover-ups. And the universe has other plans for us. So, you know.
Now, that's something I will agree with him on. We try to veer off into other topics, and you can do that, but then you take a hit of half the usual viewers or views, because if you get known for covering this, people are coming to you for the coverage of it. So it is what it is. You kind of get, you know, stuck in that. George Knapp has been stuck in this for over 30 years. This has been his bread and butter. But him kind of complaining about that doesn't sit well with me, because it has made him a millionaire. You would think that he would be thankful to be stuck in UFOs with that kind of a payroll coming in, right? From Nexstar Media and all those documentary deals and book deals and all that stuff.
We had other ideas what we'd like to do this week. History intervened. So last time our viewers saw us, we were in DC. We had just come out of this hearing, a historic event in front of Congress, where they heard direct testimony from 3 key credible witnesses.
Key credible witnesses. Direct testimony. 2 of the 3 people never saw anything with their own eyes. Again, it's a spin. This has all been spun. And the only reason that hearing ever took place is because, I believe, because Tim Burchett is a big UFO supporter. You heard him, you know, thank Jeremy Corbell and my buddy George Knapp. They got the hearing through their friendship, I believe, with Tim Burchett. There wouldn't have been a hearing with these 3 people otherwise, I don't think.
About astonishing events. And in the couple of weeks since then, some dramatic things have happened that we need to talk about regarding our friend Dave Grusch. Can you bring up to date our audience who may not have covered this or followed this in great detail, who Dave Grusch was and how we know him?
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay. So I'm emotional.
I have a headache.
Oh, he's going to use the Bob Lazar excuse for why he's going to perform so poorly during this. Oh, and here's another issue that I just want to bring up. And you know, I apologize for my continued bitterness with the fact that all of our streams get demonetized before I've said a word. Did you know that? The intro bumper starts playing, little or no ads, right? We're not doing anything that is not advertiser friendly. In fact, our coverage of these issues is known to be factual. We have an 8-year track record of factual, accurate coverage of this whole space. But that doesn't matter. Apparently, we're doing something that is not advertiser friendly. Jeremy Corbell drops F-bombs through their entire podcast, and their podcast stream is fully monetized. Kind of makes you wonder, right? Whose thumb is on the scale here? I haven't dropped an F-bomb here in ages, right? I try to not even curse. I don't even want to give them that excuse. Corbell's going to drop F-bombs through this whole thing. They're fully monetized, though. They're allowed to be, right? You wonder whose thumb is on the scale then. I don't know. Could it be a 3-letter agency that's pushing this narrative with these bobos, right? For whatever nefarious purposes. And they don't want somebody unraveling the op before the op has fully, done whatever its intended purpose was.
A migraine, a Bob Lazar migraine. So don't
he's
ask
got
me
a Bob
anything too
Lazar
hard,
migraine,
like
yeah.
Rogan asked, fucking Bob. We had an episode after that, after we got back, and that was about Commander David Fravor. But now we're going to focus in on David Grusch. So with everything said that I got a migraine right now, here we go.
Again, I got to have an excuse for why my talking points are going to be super piss poor. I mean, no offense, but Jeremy Corbell is an intellectual weakling and coward, right? And that's true because he will not debate anybody on the Bob Lazar story. You remember that guy, the convicted pimp, fake scientist that they pushed as a government whistleblower before they were pushing this guy, right? The guy with the fake education, the guy whose wife was a convicted murderer, so he never would have been approved a clearance to work at any secret site. Yeah, that guy, he won't debate that because he's an intellectual weakling and a coward, and he knows the story is fake, but he pushed it anyway.
We met David Grusch in Huntsville, Alabama. He came up to you at a bar. It's so funny. Our greatest moments are like, somebody just comes up to us, had heard about Dave, had not met Dave.
Yeah, and this is from where the famous meeting took place. You've got Travis Taylor from the Skinwalker Scam. I think Jay Stratton, and then also Dave Grusch and Corbell and Knapp all sitting together. Very cozy arrangement.
Dave comes up to you. I happen to be filming. That moment is caught on camera. That is the first moment David Grusch talked to anybody outside of the intelligence community.
So he was talking to Elizondo and Christopher Mellon for quite some time before he approached George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, apparently. I have been told by sources that I trust that Mr. Grusch was talking to Elizondo several years ago. Take from that what you will.
Or government. Now, he has never stepped over a line. But that moment, I can only imagine what you were experiencing when he tells you, I'm going to tell something. It is bombshell. You don't know me, but we knew about him, but you don't know me. I can only imagine what you're thinking, and I would like to hear that before I proceed to tell the factual events that occurred. So what were you thinking in that moment?
Yeah, so isn't it interesting? They already heard of him before they met him because people like Elizondo, Gary Nolan, And of course, Eric Davis, wormhole wackadoo, were already promoting that a new whistleblower was going to come forward, and that would be Dave Grusch.
The SCU conference, Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies, they were formed in Huntsville, Alabama, Rocket City, which is a pretty amazing place. It's got an amazing concentration of UAP, UFO people that fly under the radar,
including
as well
Travis
as defense
Taylor.
contractors, NASA, a lot of high-tech stuff there. So we go to this conference because we had aims to interview somebody else who happens to live in Huntsville. And we had no idea
that was their
exactly
skiff,
what was going
Randy.
to happen. We knew
Exactly.
we'd be at the conference.
That was the skiff.
And we were
A
told
booth
that
at
somebody
Denny's.
might show up and
Yes.
introduce themselves. And the guy who showed up was Dave Grusch. And I happened to be sitting there. I think I must have been drinking iced tea at that bar.
Yeah.
And Dave Grusch walked up and introduced himself and started telling me some things. And then we spent more time with him away from that event and got to know him.
Thanks, Sandra.
Over the
Thanks for
course of
being
the
a
next
member.
couple of days.
Has
And
Dave Grusch ever said anything to you that was classified? Has he ever showed you anything that was classified? Has he ever talked out of school from what Dopser has allowed him to say? If people don't know what Dopser is, it's basically what he has pre-pubbed. He's been able to say, this is what I'm going to talk about. Has he ever, George Knapp, said to you anything outside of that?
no, he has never crossed a line that I know of.
He has never crossed a line that I know of. But I'm going to ask a very important public question, a question that demands an answer. Was Dave Grusch the source of the Mosul orb still image that you and Corbell profited from? Was Dave Grusch the source of the Mosul orb still? And for those unaware, let me share this. The Mosul orb still came from it was a still image that came from, this is a still image that came from a video that was included in a classified briefing. I'm going to say that one more time. The Mosul orb image that Corbell released, by the way, he hyped up the release of this the very same day he met Dave Grusch. He started hyping the release of this image on the internet. The very same day that he originally meets Dave Grusch, he starts hyping up the release of this image, but then saying, oh, we have to wait because we might be getting some pushback, right? What does that even mean? So I'm going to ask a very important question once again, a question that demands an answer. Was Dave Grusch the source that gave Jeremy Corbell this image? And let's be very clear, this is a still image taken from a video that was included in a classified briefing. I think Corbell's got a lot to worry about here, and so may Grusch, because I'm not an expert on these matters, but I did reach out for some clarification and ask several people in the intelligence field, and this is what I asked them. Can I take a still image from a video that was included in a classified briefing and then give it to a journalist? You know what I was told? You can if you want to lose your clearance. You can if you want to get fired, maybe lose your pension, lose your job, lose your livelihood. You cannot just take an image from a video that was included in a classified briefing and give it to someone like Jeremy Corbell, who leaks things of a sensitive, or some would say classified nature. But they're going to dance around this issue in this podcast. And you're going to hear Jeremy Corbell say, he didn't give us any documents. He didn't give us any videos. But Corbell does not say he did not give us a still image from a video from a classified briefing. Now ask yourself this question. If Dave Grusch was the source of the Mosul image that came out of a video that was included in classified briefing, shouldn't he have been investigated for hanging out with Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp? Shouldn't he have lost his clearance, or at least had it suspended until they were able to determine if he was the source of this Mosul orb image that came out of a classified briefing. And I don't understand Corbell. He kind of dances around. This isn't classified because it's a still image from a video from a classified briefing. Therefore, it's not classified. Well, I beg to differ. Jeremy Corbell. And the fact that he just thinks that you could take a still image out of a classified video or a video from a classified briefing and just blast it all over the internet for profit and there will be no consequences shows you just what a lack of gray matter Jeremy Corbell apparently has. And is this leak under investigation? That's another question. Is the leak of this image from a still image from a classified video, a video from a classified briefing? It's a still image taken from a video that was included in a classified briefing. Is the leak of that under investigation? And therefore, would that mean that Jeremy Corbell is under investigation for leaking it? Well, we know that Dave Grusch was put under investigation after he became very public with hanging out with these guys. And again, on the very day that Corbell started teasing and promoting and hyping the release of this image, that was the day that he met Dave Grusch. So again, a question that demands an answer. Was Dave Grusch the source behind this Mosul image? I know what I believe. And I also believe that the reason why the interview was handed off to Ross Coulthard is because things were a little too hot between Grusch and Corbell and Knapp. Especially if he indeed was the source of this image being leaked to Jeremy Corbell, who has leaked very sensitive, some would say, classified information before. You can't just take videos of things flying over your Navy warship and give them to a journalist to release to the public. Those things would by nature be very sensitive, perhaps even classified. You cannot, as a Navy employee, take your phone and take video of things inside a Navy command center and then give them to Jeremy Corbell to profit from. You can't do that. And I don't care what Jeremy Corbell says about it. My father was in the Navy. I have a very Navy-centric family. I asked around. You can't do that. Well, you can if you want to destroy your career. Let's get back to the video, however. But we're going to see how Corbell dances around this issue. And by the way, this is not the first time I have asked this very important question that demands an answer. And here's the question. Did Dave Grusch leak this image to Jeremy Corbell to profit from? This question demands an answer, Jeremy Corbell, and I'm going to keep asking it until you answer it. And if you don't answer it, I'm going to the Pentagon and asking them next. Who leaked this still image from a video from a classified briefing to a UFO profiteer who constantly gets caught selling fake stories? Jeremy Corbell. Who leaked it? And if Corbell and Knapp won't answer this question, I will force the United States government to give the United States citizens answers and clarity on this issue, and I will not stop until I get an answer. All right, let's get back to the video here, friends.
The things that he did convey to us were absolutely astonishing. I mean, gobsmacked is the word for it.
And were they true?
They are true. They're accurate. They've been proven. They've been verified. We did the homework to verify it. We checked out other people who have worked with Dave Grusch who verified that he really is this guy. He really did work in the positions that he was.
Yeah, just because he is who he says he is and he doesn't have fake educational credentials or fake background like Bob Lazar doesn't mean that what he is saying is accurate. Evidence does. And you notice there's a stunning lack of evidence, but here we have a trust me dude play, right? Just like we were supposed to trust you on those flares, just like we're supposed to trust you that a convicted pimp fake scientist who was bankrupt at the time, whose wife was a murderer, worked on flying saucers at Area 51 at a base that does not now nor has ever existed. We were supposed to trust you on that one too, right? We were supposed to trust George Knapp on the alien in my backyard story too. That turned out to be fake. He's the originator of that. We're supposed to trust Jeremy Corbell and the pyramid spaceship story. That turned out to be fake. We were supposed to trust both these guys on the giant triangle spaceship video. That turned out to be flares. So sorry, not sorry. I'm not taking a trust me dude from either of these two people.
Which is why he became the centerpiece of this congressional hearing in D.C. at the end of July. He's the real deal.
So not to repeat stuff for our guests, but to repeat stuff for our audience, wherever you are.
Yeah, repeat it.
We talked about this a little bit, what Huntsville is, but I just want to remind everybody, you know, you were like, Jeremy, we're going to go do this interview. Get on a plane. Okay, we've talked about this before, but that's fucking hilarious. I mean, that's what happened. And,
another F-bomb.
And we get there. I get my buddy Niles Harrison. We get there to Huntsville. You kept telling me Huntsville is important. Huntsville is important. Oh my God. So now we know.
Yeah, I believe that this meeting was prearranged because, Jay Stratton was there. He was the former supervisor of this Dave Grusch. And they already had interviewed him and sold his stories. So, hey, here's another guy you can milk for stories to sell. I think this whole meeting was pre-planned.
Huntsville is important. Dave Grusch comes up to you. He, like many people, starts telling you a bunch of shit. What was your initial feeling when you met Dave? Before any other journalist, before anybody else, what was your feeling?
Well, my initial feeling is always,
I think that if these guys were being honest, their initial feeling was they saw money. They saw money with this guy. They saw money. They could milk this guy for stories just like they milked Bob Lazar. He milked a fake scientist pimp for 30 years. He milked Bob Lazar for money. They saw money, friends. That's what his initial feeling was. I guarantee it. They saw dollar signs.
Was one of trepidation because I'm not quite sure. I get approached every day, every single day through emails, texts, phone calls out of the blue, people claiming to have inside information, and about 90% of it is complete bullshit. Dave came across as a pretty credible guy. And
isn't it great that these guys appear to be able to curse as much as they want, but they remain fully monetized? Again, whose thumb's on the scale? If I did that, hell, I'm not even cursing and I'm getting demonetized before I even say one word.
It was clear he didn't spill all the beans right off the bat, but he let me in a little bit, step by step, about what he had worked on and what he had learned. And so we set about to get more information from him without going over a line. I don't want to get thrown in jail. You don't want to either. And we don't want him to be in trouble.
And we don't want to hurt national security.
Yeah.
We don't want to hurt national security, but we are perfectly okay with releasing videos from the United States Navy that should never have made their way into our hands, right? Again, Corbell has released video from inside a Navy command center of somebody filming things inside there, but they don't want to hurt national security. They don't care about national security. They care about the UFO cash that they can make. That's all they care about. They don't care about national security, but I think that these two guys are a little bit worried about that Mosul orb image. In fact, I was tipped off that they may be worried about that, and that's why all this talk, we don't want to get arrested. We don't want to get anybody in trouble. We don't want to get in trouble. They're already in trouble, or could be potentially, for some of the things that was leaked to them illegally, in my view. But I'm not a law enforcement officer. I'm not an intelligence officer. So I have to go to the government, since they won't answer questions, and get some clarity on questions like, why is George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell allowed to release taxpayer-funded videos for profit. Why are they allowed to do that? I can't do that.
We don't want to hurt national security. We want to protect people who become sources. And over the months, he did become a source to some extent.
Okay, hold on. Has David Grusch ever given either of us in any time in history any video or any piece of paper or any informational evidence that is outside of bounds that we have ever put out in any way?
He did give me a piece of paper.
Okay, so tell that, but videos. Did he ever give us a video?
Videos? No. So I see that on social media, people guessing, well, Dave Grusch must have leaked this or leaked that.
Notice they didn't say still images. Notice they did not say still images. There's the lie by omission, friends. Again, I'm going to ask this very important question. Was Dave Grusch the person that they got the Mosul orb still image from? They seem to go out of their way to dance around this, right? Oh, and this is what they do. Look how deceptive this is if I am correct and Dave Grusch was indeed the source of that Mosul still image. Look how deceptive they are. Oh, he didn't give us any classified documents. He didn't give us any videos. Oh, but he may have given us a still image from a video that was included in a classified briefing. And again, I'm going to ask the question, was Dave Grusch the source of that Mosul image? After all, Jeremy Corbell started hyping the release of that image on the very same day he first met Dave Grusch in person in Huntsville, Alabama. I don't think that's a coincidence, and neither should you.
To you or me, or he didn't. He hasn't leaked anything to either of us. He did share with me a document.
He didn't leak anything to either of us. Well, we're going to find out, Mr. Nat. We're going to find out.
Tell us about it.
It is basically the outline of his complaint to the Inspector General for the intelligence community.
However, there are two documents. One is classified, one is unclassified. Which one did he share with you?
The unclassified.
Cool.
Yeah, obviously, which
Nobody
sort of
cares about
outlined
that one. It
part
doesn't have
of
any
what he's been
details.
going through. And obviously, some people were coming after him because they had surmised that he's about to spill some beans to Congress using correct legal mechanisms to tell Congress what's going on. Things that he had learned in the course of his assignment.
Evidence.
He worked for NGA, National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, a spook group.
NRO, National Reconnaissance Office, as well as Air Force and other things.
Right. He has a career in the Air Force, 14 years, distinguished service, and then he went to intelligence work, and he was assigned by his employer.
Yeah, notice how they harp on his excellent, classifications, his job history, and his credentials. If they had evidence, they would talk about the evidence. All they talk about is his credentials. Could it be because he doesn't have verifiable real evidence? He just has stories and his credentials? Why the focus is always on the credentials, not on the evidence? I don't care if this man worked at Taco Bell. If he has the smoking gun evidence and proof of alien spaceships and alien bodies recovered on Earth, I don't care about his resume. I don't care about classifications. I don't care if he worked at Taco Bell and has that evidence. And by the way, I don't care if he got put in a mental institution and still has that evidence. I don't care. I care about getting evidence of the claims being made. Or are we just going to keep letting this guy make claims and not demand any evidence? And how long are we going to just let him keep making fantastical claims without demanding evidence? And the fact that all the people that are profiting from and promoting his story have not demanded evidence like any real journalist would before pushing this story tells you everything you need to know about how this story may turn out.
NGA to go be a liaison to the UAP task force. The UAP task force was set up. It actually existed in an informal way before it was given a name by Congress, and it was created to get to the bottom of some of these UFO mysteries that are persistent.
Yeah, and isn't it interesting that who is the person that sent him on this mission? Jay Stratton, right? Who was part of the wasted $22 million effort to study the Skinwalker scam. I mean, the Skinwalker Ranch, right? And what did we get for that $22 million that Jay Stratton was a part of? Right? What did we get? We got reports of dino beavers and werewolves and smoking dogs. Don't forget George Knapp's story of the smoking dogs and the wolf man. Okay? Don't forget.
To put together a network of people in different agencies, similar to what ATIP was before it officially existed.
Under your buddy, Jay Stratton.
Jay Stratton.
Yeah, again, his buddy, right? Isn't it great? It's a big club, and I ain't in it. It's a big club. Your buddy, Jay Stratton, sent him to find the aliens. Jay Stratton is a guy who believes that poltergeists and werewolves followed him home from the Skinwalker Ranch. This is another thing that no one will tell you. The guy's boss believes that werewolves and poltergeists followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch. Maybe, just maybe, some of these people aren't as serious as they would lead us to believe. Again, the lie by omission. If you're going to say, oh yeah, Jay Stratton sent him on the mission to find the aliens, you might want to include that Jay Stratton also believes in aliens, also believes in werewolves and dino beavers and poltergeists following him home and haunting his family and werewolves, attacking his house, I guess. It is crazy that they leave that out. That's kind of relevant to the story, don't you think? I would think it's kind of relevant.
He was tasked with looking at over 2,000 black budget programs and looking for financial evidence of misappropriation or any type of UAP related, we'll say, exploitation programs.
Right. So Jay Stratton has the UAP task force. They're trying to get to the bottom of it. They're casting a wide net. Which agencies,
Yeah, and you know who also was the chief scientist for that same task force? Travis Taylor, the Skinwalker Ranch scientist who's an optical physicist, but can't identify, things like reflections from a laser, right? Who can't identify things like bugs. Everything is paranormal to Travis Taylor because his paycheck depends on it. And he was the chief scientist of this organization. And Jay Stratton, who believes that poltergeists and werewolves followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch, was the head of it. And they sent this guy who, listen, less than a year before they sent him on this mission to find the aliens, he was in a mental institution. So we've got a guy who was just in a mental institution. We've got Travis Taylor, who can't identify bugs in videos and claims they're going 70,000 miles an hour in their alien spaceships. And we have the head of the program who believes poltergeists and werewolves followed him home. Those are the people that we're supposed to just trust with no evidence that the alien spaceships are here and we've got alien bodies. Sorry, not sorry. I'm going to need some evidence from wackadoos like that.
programs have something to do with UAP, UFO stuff, maybe legacy programs, maybe recovered discs, reverse engineering, things of that sort. They wanted to get information. So they gave Dave Grusch a specific assignment. Look, you guys have access to special access programs. You have an oversight function for SAPs. Dig into this. Go after it. Is there something hidden in those SAPs that you can dig up that the public, that agency, that Congress should know?
And by the way, I fully support and believe that there are a lot of monies being misappropriated and wasted on secret black projects. Anybody that has studied the black world will know that they waste tons of money. Just look up the Avenger, right? Look up that program. They wasted billions of dollars on that program, never produced anything. They waste so much money in the black budget. I think there should be more congressional oversight. I think that more people should look into the black budget world and where all the money goes. It's a big black hole. So that I certainly support. And we want to thank Mr. Fish for being a member and a kind and generous £2, said, slay the scum, Stephen. Let's try to stay away from personal attacks, but I appreciate you. James 4488 with a kind and generous £, super sticker or super chat, no message, right? I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support. I apologize. We're trying to catch up. Richard Crawley with kind and generous $6.99 Canadian. We love our Canadian friends. And thank you, longtime show supporter Richard Crawley, for helping us. We're praising the cash tonight, friends, and it only makes sense. If these guys can make millions of dollars lying to you, maybe we can make a sufficient income to continue covering the lies for you. And we thank all of you, kind and generous benefactors, for helping us to continue this mission. Thank you, Richard Crawley. And we thank Keith Gardeck for a kind and generous $20, who says, Linda Moulton Howe is going to burst through that backdrop like the Kool-Aid Man, holding a huge blow picture of the cover art to Space Invaders. Thank you, Keith Gardeck, for making me laugh and for your kindness, generosity, and support. Longtime show supporter, we appreciate your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. I will continue to try to catch up. I think we're all caught up now. If I did miss any of the super chats, feel free to chime in all capital letters. Let me know I missed one, but we'll check again at the end of our presentation tonight. Let's try to continue with this.
And Dave went to work and did it.
What a fucking better person.
Another F-bomb.
To do that than Dave fucking Grusch. And
another F-bomb.
We have got to know Dave. We vetted Dave. On day one, we asked him, is there anything in your career that can be used to try to discredit you? And we're going to talk about that in a second.
Yeah, and this is great because here comes the stunning admission that they knew this guy was in a mental institution, right? The stunning admission that they knew he was in a mental institution, and they just didn't talk about that publicly. They left that out of the story because that's not relevant. Yes, it is. It's only not relevant if you want to sell a narrative of a completely stable intelligence operative. He wasn't completely stable. He was mentally unstable enough to be committed to a mental institution by a judge. And they left it out of the story because that wouldn't help them sell the narrative that they were selling.
From day one, in ways he knows and ways he doesn't know. We have talked with people that have worked with him. We have talked to people that have managed his work. We have talked with so many individuals that are in his orbit that it's fucking ridiculous.
Another F-bomb. Yeah, he's allowed to curse as much as he wants, and he's fully monetized.
Now, before we get there, let me fill in the second part of that day. So you meet with him. I'm filming. I mean, Niles was filming, but I was there. You have this lean-in conversation. I remember your reaction after. You're like, I think he's worth talking to. And I'm like, cool, man. So if I was a weapon, George, to you, what?
Oh, this is so cringe. If I was a weapon, George, what kind of weapon would I be? You would be a dumb torpedo to me.
What kind of weapon would I be?
A torpedo that I would shoot at targets and, either take them out or gather them in. And that's what you did. So you spent quite a bit of time with Dave that weekend.
And that night, yeah.
And that night, we met for a period. There's a photo that's been released. Colonel John Alexander, longtime friend of mine, took a photo.
Another friend
did not know who Dave was.
That
he
was
just saw.
He who took that photo.
Yeah, he took the photo at this conference. There's me sitting across from Dr. Travis Taylor. Next to me is Jay Stratton, who is the only man in the U.S. government who worked for OSAP and ATIP.
ATIP never existed.
And the UAP task force. A key person that we had on this program in episode 3, I think.
Yeah, you guys already milked him for his spooky ghost stories. You needed a new guy to milk for spooky stories. So along comes Dave Grusch, right when you needed a new infusion of fresh fake stories to sell people with no evidence. Equally no evidence. Jay Stratton has no evidence of all his skinwalker, poltergeist, and werewolf claims, right? And Travis Taylor has no evidence other than videos of bugs he claims are alien spaceships traveling at tremendous speeds like 70,000 miles an hour. That was proven garbage, right? It's all a big club, right? And David Grusch wanted to join it, and he found the perfect group of people that have been selling, these stories for years and cozied up to them.
major guy. And then the fourth guy in that booth where we're having a conversation is Dave Grusch. John Alexander takes this photo, has no idea who Grusch is. He just knows, boy, that's got to be an interesting conversation going on there. And it was.
He's the leak. Oh, no.
So Jay Stratton is the person who gave this assignment to Dave Grusch.
Again, Jay Stratton is the guy who believes that poltergeists and werewolves followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch. He was Dave Grusch's boss, and shortly after Dave Grusch was committed to a mental institution, sent him on a mission to go find alien bodies, apparently in alien spaceships in possession of, that are the United States government is in possession of.
To go after the SAPs, find out what's going on in these special access programs regarding UFOs. Are they hiding reverse engineering programs? Do they have somebody has?
And by the way, yes, they are hiding reverse engineering programs, but it doesn't mean that they are studying alien technology. Would it make sense that we have reverse engineering programs to back engineer Chinese technology? You're absolutely right. Would those be special access programs or black budget programs? Absolutely. And where do you think the wreckage of the Chinese balloon and everything else went? Those Chinese spy balloons, they went to a secret program and they were picked apart and investigated to find out what kind of technology the Chinese are using to spy on us. I have no problem with the factual assertion that the United States government has crash retrieval and reverse engineering programs. The problem that I have is there's no evidence so far that these things revolve around alien technology. And what I will say to all the people who constantly attack me for saying this is prove me wrong. The best way to shut me up is to show me evidence. So far, nobody's been able to do that, right? All people are able to do is attack me, attack my family, attack my disability, whatever. You know, nobody's been able to shut me up with evidence so far. So I'll keep asserting that, yes, we do have crash retrieval programs. Yes, we do have back engineering programs, but it's quite a leap into it's about alien technology and not about foreign adversarial technology. Did you know that the United States government has a history of back engineering adversarial technology? We got a hold of intact MiG fighter aircraft in the past. And what do? We pick it all apart. We take it all apart, find out what kind of technology those Soviets have. Same for Russian satellites that come down. Same for Chinese spy balloons or Chinese drones or whatever we can get our hands on that's not our technology. We grab it and rip it apart and study it.
As bodies, are they? Do they have crash saucers stashed in a hangar somewhere? Is somebody in the U.S. government funneling money into a program dealing with UFOs that is hidden from the public, hidden from Congress, maybe tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars that were slated for a legitimate national security program that are now being used to facilitate this ongoing cover-up?
Yes, and on that point, I will agree. It could be tens or hundreds of millions of dollars being misappropriated. And I say let's get to the bottom of it. But let's keep the aliens out of it until we have verifiable smoking gun proof and evidence that it revolves around aliens and not around foreign adversarial technology.
Is it possible? And Dave went at it with passion because he had the authority to do it. He looked at 2,000 special access programs.
You said
more than 2,000. And he found some people who are willing to tell him about it. As we now know, as he told Congress, he has more than 40 witnesses.
40 witnesses that we're not allowed to know the names of any of them. Crash Dive with a kind and generous $1.99 super chat says, enjoying the show tonight. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Thank you very much for helping us tonight, friends. We are praising the cash. So praise the cash. Thanks to all of us helping. Thanks to every one of you guys tonight helping us to praise the cash. Praise the cash, friends. Thank you.
People with direct hands-on experience with crash saucers, with reverse engineering, with non-human biologics, the kinds of things that he told Congress.
Non-human biologics.
As astonishing as it may be, these people work in these programs.
I agree,
willing to
Patty.
tell
Thank
Dave
you
their story.
for agreeing.
Dave shared some wide parameters about the kinds of things that he was digging into.
Whatever's in his Dopser, whatever he can say legally
whatever
without
is allowed
being
to say.
fucking arrested.
Right.
Yeah.
Another
Gave us an
F-bomb.
indication of the kinds of things that he was looking into and the things that he has now shared with Congress in 11 hours of under oath, closed door testimony, classified situations
wild, Rick
where he
Ruckus.
told this very specific information to Congress and to congressional staff. Now, I would point this out.
Yeah, and by the way, after giving that 4-hour testimony to congressional staffers, this is very important. Tim Burchett admitted himself that the congressional staffers said that David Grusch is an unreliable witness. So congressional staffers heard 4 hours of his testimony where he could say anything he wanted because they were in a closed door session, right? They listened to him and his testimony for 4 hours. Then they went back to members of Congress and said, per Tim Burchett, that Dave Grusch was an unreliable witness. So what was the context? What was the content of that 4 hours of testimony? Was it spooky stories from his boss at Skinwalker Ranch? Was it spooky stories from Travis Taylor, the chief scientist of the UAP task force, that doesn't know the difference between a bug and an alien spacecraft? Was it wackadoo theories from the wormhole wackadoo Eric Davis, who's been claiming that the government has non-human spacecraft for 3 years but never proven anything? Is that the quality of this man's so-called evidence? Why would congressional staffers listen to him in a session where he could drop everything and then go back to members of Congress and said that he is an unreliable witness?
He didn't come to that SCU event in Huntsville by himself. His boss came with him, and his boss's boss.
Yeah, Jay Stratton.
It's not, they, by that point, by June of 2022, his superiors at NGA knew what he was up to, knew what he had found, and they were all in. They came with him.
Chris,
they wanted to meet the key movers and shakers in the topic. They wanted to hear the discussion that was underway at that conference. They wanted to see what was going on. And so it was not like Dave was a rogue in his agency operating independently. He had the support of the higher ups in his agency. They were there too.
Oh, that's interesting, Melvin. Send that to me.
And
email me that.
I'm going to see how far we can go. But just so everybody knows, I've dropped my last about all of this. So I think we can go as far as we can go. And we're going to try to be as clear as people as possible. And I think a way to do that is to talk about what happened later that night.
Yeah.
So
Kevin, those were his handlers, not just his bosses.
Kind of called me a harpoon. I think about myself more like a really specialized weapon system. I'm like, let's go drink whiskey. So I said to Dave and to Gary Nolan,
I agree,
said,
Victor.
Meet me
We're going to do the math
at a bar later in the night. And I just want to get to know.
This is interesting. So remember that Dave Grusch is apparently not long ago was institutionalized in a mental hospital for alcohol-related problems and mental problems. And here comes Jeremy Corbell inviting him to come drink whiskey with him at a bar.
Talk about what happened later that night. So you call me a torpedo. You kind of call me a...
What kind of a person invites a man that's a recovering alcoholic to go drink whiskey with him? Because that's exactly what Jeremy Corbell is about to say he did, right? The guy tells him, I'm a recovering alcoholic. I was in a mental institution for alcohol problems and I have PTSD and I was suicidal, but I'm okay now. And Jeremy Corbell invites him to go to a bar and drink whiskey with him. Great guy, great guy. But remember, I'm the bad guy here. I'm always the bad guy. I didn't invite a recovering alcoholic to drink whiskey with me. And by the way, I've had my own issues with that. And maybe, just maybe, Corbell is a little insensitive. But let me explain something to Jeremy Corbell. If you have a guy who has alcohol-related problems that are so severe he ends up in a mental institution over those alcohol-related problems, you don't invite him to a bar to drink whiskey with you. That would be a slimeball thing to do. But it is what it is. That's Jeremy Corbell. He just saw a payday and wanted to get the guy drunk and see what the guy would say, I think.
Harpoon. I think about myself more like a really specialized weapon system. I'm like, let's go drink whiskey. So I said to Dave and to Gary Nolan, I said, will you meet me at a bar later in the night? And I just want to get to know you a little bit better. Dave and Gary, you've been promising me that you come get a drink with me. Didn't believe for a fucking second that he would.
Another F-bomb. Yeah, so there we have it. Jeremy Corbell invites a recovering alcoholic with post-traumatic stress disorder, a man whose alcohol-related problems were so severe that he got institutionalized. He got committed to a mental institution during a drunken rant. His wife had to call the police, and the police had to take him to an emergency room, and then he was later committed by a judge to a mental institution for, a mental breakdown related to his alcoholism. And Jeremy Corbell invites him to a bar to drink whiskey. Awesome.
So we go, of course, like intel officers and whatnot. Like, I'm the only one drinking. That's cool. Just.
Oh, he was the only one drinking.
No, not that night. Okay. Yeah. We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll talk about that. Oh yeah. We'll talk about that.
Okay.
You don't invite, I don't care if he's not going to drink. You don't invite a recovering alcoholic to a bar, right? That's not something you should do, period. And by the way, I've had my own issues with that. I'm past the point where that would be a problem for me. And in fairness to Dave Grusch, maybe he was past the point where that would be a problem for him. I routinely now have people drink near me. It doesn't really affect me. Most of me thinks I would prefer people didn't, but it is what it is. Your alcohol is everywhere. You're going to be around that stuff. I've kind of made my peace with it, and I don't mind it if people drink near me. But I would myself still prefer not to be invited out to a bar for a night of whatever with my friends,
So that's not.
Yeah, here he realizes that he invited an alcoholic to a bar to drink whiskey. Dummy.
Important. What's important.
That's not important. It's not important that I invited an alcoholic to a bar to drink whiskey with me. That's not important.
Gary Nolan showed up, and I love you, Gary. You're awesome. And he showed up, and we got to finally kind of get down to brass tacks about stuff. And Gary did have a shot of whiskey with me, and that was really cool. We talked for a little while, and then Dave and we stepped out back, and, cool, like, back alley kind of stuff. Oh man, we both love UFOs. Let's talk about this.
Oh, super secret in the back alley.
But what was really important is I said, look, man, I don't know if what you told George is true. We're constantly being tested and used and trying to be used. So I'm like, here's the deal, man. Right now, right here, we need to get to brass tacks. What is it you're doing? And what is it why are you coming to us? Why'd you come up to George? I'm being a little protective. And I'm like, what is it that I'm going to find out about you later? Because I'll find it out tomorrow if I want to. So in that, maybe an hour.
And here we're going to get the stunning admission that Dave Grusch tells Jeremy Corbell all about his past problems, right? And they didn't include that in any of their stories about Dave Grusch. Of course, they cut that out, right? Ross Coulthard cut it out. Leslie Keene didn't mention it. And Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp didn't mention his previous mental problems or substance abuse issues because that wouldn't help them sell the alien story narrative that they were going for.
Or that we're sitting outside. He said, look, this is what I gave George, and then he gave it to me, and it was the non-classified IC complaint, which is Intelligence Community Inspector General whistleblower complaint through the Presidential Protection Act 19 or whatever.
This is the Inspector General that has oversight responsibilities for the entire intelligence community, CIA, NSA, all of them.
So there's Dave, and we're talking. And what I'm trying to figure out is this the typical thing that you and I get, where there's somebody trying to insert themselves into our lives and give us false information, which there are a ton of.
Yeah, kind of.
Long term.
All the
I
time.
prefer
And
boring
let's be
now,
really
Lucia.
clear with people. There are people in our lives that have come into our lives with good information under false pretense that have been in our lives for multiple years, if not longer. So now we know their positions and what they do. And look, I think
I agree,
maybe us
Sucker and
releasing the
Succotash,
Mosul
absolutely.
Orb and the Baghdad Phantom has people confused because they don't understand the laws of journalism, or they want to obfuscate from the laws of journalism.
Yeah, he's going to try to say that releasing a still image taken from a classified briefing, a video from a classified, taking a still image from a video that was included in a classified briefing is covered under journalism laws. No, it's not. No, it's not. And I challenge him to show me the laws that say you're allowed to release that information that came from a classified source. He can't and he won't because he knows he's wrong and he's talking in circles here.
You are a award-winning journalist. I will now call myself a journalist.
Oh, he's going to just call himself a journalist. Yeah. Let me just say this. Journalists don't get caught selling fake stories all the time. This guy gets caught selling provably fake stories all the time. The latest one is the best example. They sold a fake story about flares dropped during a military exercise, and they sold that story as a pyramid spaceship, right? That's what they sold it as. It was flares. A journalist, and he said they were working on that story for 2 years, and they just happened to leave out the military exercises at the exact time and exact date and exact place where the alien spaceship was spotted, right? He's not a journalist, friends.
So there you go. So we're fucking protected. So here we go.
Oh, he's calling himself a journalist so he could be protected for leaking what may be sensitive or classified information. Just calling yourself a journalist and then leaking classified or sensitive government information doesn't absolve you of the laws surrounding that. Corbell. And, you know, this is great.
Talk with Dave. Everything he says, I take with a bag of salt, but I listen.
A bag of
what
salt.
he told me that
Not
night
a grain
is
of
what
salt,
he's telling
a bag
people
of
now,
salt.
which is like, I am worried about my personal safety. I am about to do something. You don't need to believe me, but I need protection.
You're right, Joe.
George, now,
thanks for being a member.
he's a gangster. He'll be loud. If something happens, he'll be loud. If you find me to be credible and you find this to be urgent, like the ICIG did,
yes,
you'll make noise. We didn't break the story. We got no dog in that fight. But what we can do is we can be
totally
witness
official.
to
He's
what
an
it is
official
that David
journalist
Grusch
now.
told
Yes.
the public, and we talked about the behind the scenes, but we can say beyond a shadow of a doubt, and I'm not even going to look you in the eyes. You tell me.
Tell me
Have we
UFO stories
vetted
on Brokeback
who
Mountain.
David Grusch is? Do you believe he is who he says he is, and what he said that at least he believes?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there's no question. Zero question about that. He is who he says he is. He had
I
the
agree,
jobs that
Melvin
he has
O'Brien.
claimed.
They
That has
talk
been
and say
verified
nothing
over
for
and over
hours.
again. It's one of the reasons he was the central witness at this hearing in front of this House National Security Subcommittee.
No, one of the reasons he was a witness there was because your buddy, Tim Burchett, who keeps getting things wrong and releasing completely and totally fake information, wanted to help you push your UFO grift. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it.
And there are probably things that someone like him can't tell the public of how he served our country. And I am just going to make...
Oh, throw out some red herrings there. Yeah. Oh, he's such a great public servant, you know? Yeah.
Make an assumption right now that he has done other things to preserve our integrity of our country. And you can take from that what you want, but I can just assume there are some things. So with that said, so there's Dave.
Yeah, of course he's done some things like that. Long intelligence community career. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that, you know, they keep harping on his history and what a hero he is, instead of talking about the evidence of the claims that he's making. What is the evidence? Okay, we've got 40 witnesses. Great. Can we get a list of those 40 witnesses so I can interview them? Oh, no, we can't. It's all classified. It's top secret. Can't tell you. It's like a child in a playground, right? This is nonsensical garbage. Let's keep talking about his credentials instead of about his evidence or lack of it, because that might ruin the story.
He's come forward. He said some explosive things, and not just what he said, it's what he didn't say. So I would like to, as a witness, raise my hand and say, I believe David Grusch. I believe not only that he believes that stuff, I believe it's credible and urgent, and it's.
There he goes, using those buzzwords that they were lying. And let's talk about that for a second. People keep throwing around. The Inspector General of the intelligence community found his claims urgent and credible. No, the Inspector General of the intelligence community found his complaint urgent and credible, just like they find every complaint filed urgent and credible. The Inspector General of the intelligence community did not endorse or otherwise say that his alien body claims, his alien spaceship claims, or his claims of a back engineering program were urgent and credible. And I challenge anybody who's repeating that lie to show me in writing where the Inspector General of the intelligence community said that his alien claims or his body claims or his claims of non-human bodies, non-human biologics, his claims of alien spaceships recovered intact are urgent and credible. Nobody can show me that because that's not the truth. That's not the truth. The Inspector General of the intelligence community never said his alien claims are urgent and credible. These guys are using deception to claim things that are from the land of make-believe are true. They are not. Show me it in writing. You can't and you won't because it's not true. Stop saying that. And he's going to use those urgent and credible buzzwords here to sell this, what can only be described as a grift.
It's not just a belief, it's an informed opinion. And I think you and I have an informed opinion, and people should take what he says seriously. Now, the whole point is to hear what he has to say. The shame would be if he's muzzled in any way by intelligence agencies.
Oh, now comes the attack. Oh, he's being attacked. Nobody's muzzling him. The guy stood up in front of Congress and he could have said whatever he wanted. And when pressed, he kept saying, oh, I could do that behind closed doors. I can't do it in an open session. Oh, I'm a whistleblower, but I can't, when the spotlight is on and the pressure is on, I can't say anything. Even things I've already said in my News Nation interview, I can't say here. Under the stress of being under oath in front of Congress, I can't or won't say the same things.
By bureaucracy, because that is happening right now.
Oh, no, it's not. And by the way, listen, Jeremy Corbell is somebody who totally and completely believes Bob Lazar, right? That's another trust me, dude story of both Knapp's and Corbell's. So just because he believes Grusch, we're supposed to trust him. He believes Bob Lazar too, a convicted pimp, fake scientist, imposter. That never worked at Area 51. That was never a scientist. That was never a whistleblower, period.
And we have a specific example that I think we should talk about because there's some bullshit story that we met at a Star Trek convention.
Oh, I have to stop it right there, friends, because he's upset that people are saying they met at a Starship convention, Star Trek convention. He's totally upset that people are saying that they met at a Star Trek convention. Well, where would people get the idea that they met at a Star Trek convention?
There's some bullshit story that we met at a Star Trek convention. Yeah, guilty. We actually did meet at a Star Trek convention. There's some bullshit story that we met.
Where'd we get that idea, Corbell?
Convention. Yeah, guilty. We actually did meet at a Star Trek convention. There's some bullshit story that we met at a Star Trek convention.
Oh yeah. Guilty. We met at a Star Trek convention. He's upset that people are saying that. He's the one who said it. And people verified that they did meet with him at a Star Trek convention. But great, they met him before that Star Trek convention somewhere else. Well, great. But you're the one that admitted and said you met him at a Star Trek convention. So don't get upset when you're the one pushing the very disinformation you're upset about, genius Einstein?
So so we didn't.
No.
So that Star Trek.
Yes, you did. You met him there, but you met him first somewhere else. Great. Whatever. You were meeting with him at a Star Trek convention, you space cadet.
Convention, August 29th. Okay, so let's talk about that date. We met way before that. Let's talk about that date. What happened?
We had met Dave in Huntsville, Alabama at the SCU conference, got to know him a little bit, continued the conversation. We knew by August he's the real deal.
Every day we continued that conversation.
And we knew he's the real deal. We knew he was in a unique position in all of American history to have known about some of the things that you and I have pursued for a lot of years.
Oh, yeah. He's the golden goose that's going to lay the golden alien eggs for us. And we're all going to make a lot of money off of this.
That it was his job to dig into this stuff, that he, in fact, did uncover some astonishing information that he wanted to share with Congress. As soon as he got on the radar screen of the people who have been the keepers of the secrets, they started coming after him.
I strongly disagree with the claims being made about retaliation and people coming after him. And by the way, Senator Gillibrand has been one of the people that have championed transparency, right? And she is in a position to get all that testimony that Dave Grusch, all 11 hours of it, she was privy, she could hear all of it. And congressional staffers hearing that testimony went back to at least Congressman Burchett and said that Dave Grusch is an unreliable witness. Gillibrand was in a position to hear all of that information as well. Let's hear what she has to say.
But did anybody watch the hearings last week? We had some strange testimony. We had some pilots say, we saw this craft. It's a Tic Tac. Here's the video. It had strange flying patterns. We don't understand what it was. Those pilots should not be discriminated against. That's true. Information's there. And then the second guy, I think, was in Navy intelligence. And he said, well, I was in charge of looking at all the existing UAP.
Yeah, she can't even get it straight. He was in Air Force intelligence, not Navy intelligence. But, it is what it is. She is in a position to get any bit of information. She could get the complaint that he filed to the intelligence community inspector general. She could get the 11 hours of testimony that he gave behind closed doors. And let's hear what she has to say.
In charge of looking at all the existing UAP programs. And I talked to everybody I could and found out what I could. And I talked to a bunch of people who said, not only do we have a program, but it's super secret. And we have dead aliens and we have crashed aircraft. What?
I don't Everybody's know laughing.
They will not tell me about it. I cannot get to the bottom of it. I cannot get any data and information.
Why can't she get any data and information? She could get anything that she wants that Grusch has provided to Congress or the United States government. Could it be that there's no there? I think what we are seeing is cracks in the dam of an extremely deceptive operation being run either by a group of intelligence assets or UFO profiteers, or perhaps a mix of both. Because she can get access to everything, and she's saying she can't get any data. Could it be because there is no data?
So we don't know if it exists. We don't know if that's real.
We don't know if that's real. And she has access to all the information that Mr. Grusch has provided to Senate and Congress. And she still doesn't know if that's real. Why?
Those individuals will have to testify in front of the Aero office.
Oh, now they're going to have to testify in front of the Aero office. Great.
But did anybody watch the hearings last week?
Oh, that's it. Sorry. So very interesting that one of the big champions of UAP UFO disclosure doesn't have any data, even though the Griff squad keeps saying that Grusch is giving evidence to Senate and evidence to Congress. Then how come the one senator that should have all that information doesn't know any more than we do? As consumers of this UFO, circus. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
Shared with us in Huntsville, the Inspector General document. It was kind of a test for us. He shared that with us to see how we'd handle it, and we sat on it. I would not have ever released it without Dave's permission. I didn't do it until he went public.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yes, we
later.
will.
And, you know, we were convinced that he's the real deal.
Great. You were convinced. So trust me, bro. And again, I'm not disputing that the man is who he says he was, and his work history seems to check out. All I'm saying is, where's the evidence? Why do you keep on harping on he is who he says he was? His job history checks out. He really did work for the Air Force and the government and the intelligence community. Great. But where's the evidence of the claims being made? And by the way, just a reminder, we have a Discord, and tonight after the live broadcast, we'll be doing a discussion and in our Discord live chat, and you are welcome to come and take part in that.
That he really did uncover astonishing information in the course of his official job, his official duty.
Astonishing information that he can't share with the public. So it's who cares? That's where I'm at with this. I don't care how astonishing the information is. He's sharing it to Senate and Congress, and they don't know any more than we do. Why is that? If the information is so astonishing, why would Gillibrand be making public statements saying she doesn't know if it's true or not? If he had evidence that this was all true, wouldn't she keep her mouth shut about it at least? Why would she be making statements that she doesn't know if it's true or not? She has access to all the information he provided to Congress and Senate.
And that he wanted to share it with Congress and eventually with the public.
Okay, so let's back up for a second. So you have somebody that says, it was my job and I uncovered misappropriation of funds, which is theft, and happens to be about UAP and UFOs. You then give that information to the ICIG. And so everybody knows Intelligence Community Inspector General. Happens that his lawyer is the former ICIG, which
yes, David Grusch's lawyer is the former ICIG, and he is also one of the principal architects of the Patriot Act. Do you remember that unconstitutional program that took away a lot of our civil liberties and rights? That's who Dave Grusch's lawyer is. That's who's bringing us disclosure. A guy with a lawyer who was one of the original architects of the Patriot Act. Not suspicious at all.
Which is not a bad move if I was being smart. So there you go. So you've got somebody now protecting you. You've got this formal complaint. You are the first official UAP whistleblower before Arrow had whistleblower protections in place. And we're going to get better protections already, but they're not quite there yet. So the guy put his balls on the line, on the chopping block to do this. He went to
what balls did he put on the chopping block? He has not released anything publicly. He has not broken any security oaths. He has not provided any evidence to the public. All he's got is, dude, trust me, some people told me this stuff.
You to make sure that you could at least report the story as you understood it. However, let's be really specific, which is that you reported way before it was public that people like, I was on stage with you. We sat there with Commander Fravor, and he said, I had meetings with very serious people, congressional people, about the Tic Tac UFO. You reported that, and you're saying it's happening every day, and everybody's like, okay, you were right. So now we have David Fravor on stage, and he's saying that he is talking to people, right?
This is an excellent point, people, serious right? People. Everybody wanted whistleblower protection. He's got whistleblower protection. He can say anything he wants publicly, and they can't technically do anything to him because of the Whistleblower Protection Act. And Steve Long correctly points out a very somber truth. All these years later, with hearings and whistleblower protection laws and everything else that they told us to support, no, they demanded that we support this. They demanded we demand all these things from our congressional and senatorial leaders, and we did. And then we finally have the whistleblower protection in place, and the answer is still, I can't answer that publicly. Great disclosure. Very good point, Mr. Steve Long, and thank you for being here, and thank you for chiming in.
David Grusch was set to testify, I will say this, in a congressional setting. And then August 29th, tell us what happened. 2022.
We're no
So
closer
recall, we had met
today
him
than
in
we
June
were
at
170
this
years
SSCU
ago.
event.
We're no
We got to
closer.
know him a little bit. We continued those conversations over weeks. We checked into him. We checked with our sources, checked with people who knew him.
Here we go. He is who he says he was
deal.
for the 100th
In
time.
August, you and I
He's the
were
real
invited
deal.
by
He
your
is who he
buddy.
says he is. We
at-
know
with the Star Wars Star Trek thing.
Rod
Where's the
Roddenberry.
Star
evidence?
Wars. Sorry.
Star Trek. No, that's funny as fuck.
That's
Sacrilege?
that's forbidden.
Okay, so
to say that.
Eugene Roddenberry, son of Gene Roddenberry, creator of Star Trek. Eugene Roddenberry is a black belt in jujitsu.
Well, that's true,
We trained
Lucia.
together since we were
Yeah.
children.
It's a
Shout out
tragedy what
to
happened to him.
Eugene Roddenberry, Rod Roddenberry. So
Trust
he
me,
says,
dude.
"Hey,
Yeah,
would
this
you and
is a
George
trust me,
come do
dude
a UFO
story.
talk?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Yeah, I want to see what this what'd you call it, Star Wars?"
Star
Oh,
Trek.
I'm not kidding. What is this Star Trek thing? And so I was like, yeah, let's do it. And so in my talk with Dave, I was like, yo, just come meet us. And we're going to have a buddy sitting by us, who's gonna be in the room, but just as a witness. So
Yeah, just come and hang out with us as a Star Trek convention before you go and tell everybody that the alien spaceships are real. Just come and hang out with us at a Star Trek convention, because that's not kooky at all, or make him look kooky, or these guys look kooky. They're hanging out at Star Trek conventions, and a short time later, they're pushing for congressional hearings, telling people that aliens are real, and we have bodies and intact spaceships and recovered technology, but they can't show us any evidence of those claims.
that we know this all happened. This is Joe Murgia. He always gets so mad.
At least I'm not the only one.
UFO
ripping
Joe
up
on
this
Twitter.
UFO Joe.
So he
We're
didn't
all
know
with
what was
this,
up, but like,
right?
he was in the room with us, right? And so what happened? So we invite him there. We invite him to meet with us. We're meeting just because we're talking at this
Melvin
thing.
O'Brien, flying
What
saucers.
happens?
Well, we spent a couple of days. Dave, it turns out, is a Star Trek fan, like most of us are.
I agree,
mean, most
Torvik.
people
No
in the
data,
world are fans of
it's
Star Trek
worthless.
to one degree or another.
This is
It was
worthless
awesome.
then.
You know, he didn't dress up as a Klingon. He didn't embarrass himself in any way. He wanted to see what it's about. So
Yeah,
did I,
exactly,
whether we were
Digital
speaking or
Vortex.
not. So we
Yeah.
had a chance. We did
That's
some
another thing.
presentations.
There's whistleblower protections in place. So why isn't Bob Lazar and George Knapp? Remember, George Knapp claims he knows exactly where the element 115 is. Why didn't they bring element 115? Why did they not bring the element 115 that George Knapp claims that he knows where it is right into the Congress, hearing? If I knew where the element 115, which would be smoking gun proof of alien visitation on Earth, he's been selling that story for 30 years. There's whistleblower protections in place. Why didn't he bring that element 115, since he said he knows where it's buried, into Congress while they're holding a hearing, and throw it into the middle of the room and say, there's element 115, proof of alien visitation, bitches? He didn't do that. You know why? Because he's full of shit. That's why. And he has made himself a millionaire selling carefully constructed illusions of true stories that are based on lies, half-truths, lies by omission, and layers upon layers upon layers of deception. And mark my words, this story is no different. The layers of deception are already being peeled back. Remember when Ross Coulthard, asked him, do you have any mental problems? No, I don't have any mental problems. They try to misdirect everybody away from the fact that this man may be, a wackadoo. They try to misdirect everybody away from the fact that he may be a mental case. There's a reason they did that. There's a reason that they didn't include his stay, non-voluntary commitment in a mental institution into the original stories. There's a reason for that.
And then spent a lot of time with Dave in the hotel room and walking around and talking. He's always very careful in his conversations with us not to go too far. I think Joe Murgia, who was there, was trying to figure out who the hell is this guy, and we didn't tell him really what was
I
going
agree,
on.
Melvin
So we
O'Brien.
had good
Yeah.
conversations on that Saturday and Sunday in late August. Dave flies out of Las Vegas on a
not
Sunday
one thing
night.
is
He
further.
reports to work Monday morning and is met by security guys who walk him out. And he's informed that they have suspended his security clearance. There's an investigation underway.
Yeah, and here's another thing. Language is important. I have heard Ross Coulthard, Jeremy Corbell, and George Knapp all claim that Mr. Grusch never lost his security clearance. And here we get the stunning admission from George Knapp that his security clearance was suspended shortly after meeting with them. Well, wouldn't that mean that he did lose his security clearance? Maybe for a short time, but he lost it. Did he lose his security clearance under review for being in a mental institution? Or was it suspended for a time? But they love to say things like he never lost his security clearance. Here, George Knapp himself admits that a security clearance got suspended or put under review after meeting with them. And why would they investigate him or suspend his security clearance? Could it be because Jeremy Corbell has released sensitive, some may say what may be classified information from classified briefings? He's released it publicly. Of course, you're going to suspend somebody's clearance if they're meeting with people who are publicly distributing sensitive government information, like still images taken from a video that was included in a classified briefing. You can't do that. These guys, especially Corbell, have released information that was taxpayer-funded videos or people aboard Navy ships filming stuff that they're not allowed to film and give to Corbell, and then he releases it publicly. Of course they're going to suspend that guy's rights to classified information until they investigate whether he is leaking, these guys who leak things to the public. They wanted to know, most likely, is he leaking them things that they're leaking to the public that he should not be leaking them? And again, I will ask the very important question. Is Dave Grusch their source for the Mosul orb image? This is a question that demands an answer, and I'm going to get one.
And then spend a lot of time with Dave in the hotel room and walking around and talking. He's always very careful in his conversations with us not to go too far. I think Joe Merja, who was there, was trying to figure out who the hell is this guy, and we didn't tell him really what was going on.
You're right.
So we
Patty.
had good conversations on that Saturday
Smoking
and
dogs.
Sunday in late
Jello
August.
Putin, thanks for being a
Dave
member.
flies out of Las Vegas on a Sunday night. He reports to work
I agree,
Monday
Sanjay.
morning and is met by security guys who walk him out. And he's informed that they have suspended his security clearance. There's an investigation underway, serious allegations. He's got to go. He called us, and I have to tell you, I felt pretty guilty about it, as you did. I think, good God, did just be seen with us cause this problem and disrupt his life, or what? We now know that that is not the case.
That is not the case, but also because that would effectively put the fear of people that contacting us that if
Yeah, and again, they're going to say that this was in retaliation for whistleblowing. No, look, I'm going to say it again, just because I want to be crystal clear. Jeremy Corbell has released sensitive government information that he never should have been in possession of, and in my view, never ever should have made public. You can't, if you're on a Navy ship as a sailor or Navy employee, film things and then send it to him to release to the public. You can't do that. That would be sensitive or classified information, especially filming screens inside of a Navy command center for a vessel or whatever. You can't film things with your phone in a Navy command center and then give it to him to release publicly to the world. That would be sensitive or classified information. So here we have Dave Grusch, a man with high credentials and high security clearances, publicly hanging out with these guys who are releasing sensitive, perhaps classified information to the public. You can't not investigate a man with high clearances who is hanging out with people who are releasing stuff from sensitive government, situations. And Corbell has danced around this issue, right? Here's another issue. Wasn't the Baghdad Phantom thing, didn't that come from a Reaper drone? Did you know that everything taken by a Reaper drone is classified? So how did Jeremy Corbell get that information? That was taken by a United States drone, and therefore that would be classified. Period. End of story. Full stop. Anything filmed or taken by a United States drone, especially a Reaper drone. We've heard John from the Black Vault talk about you can't FOIA videos or still images taken from a Reaper drone because that's all exempt from disclosure, exempt from FOIA. But somehow Jeremy Corbell is getting that stuff and leaking it. And yes, if he's hanging out with a guy with high classifications, they're going to suspend that guy's classifications until they determine where is Jeremy Corbell getting these leaks from. Could it be that he's getting leaks from Dave Grusch and that investigation was fully warranted and should have taken place? And again, I'm not an expert on these matters, but I know certain things that Jeremy Corbell has released that in my view, he should not have released those things. He had no right to even possess them, let alone release those things publicly. And there's the issue of Jeremy Corbell constantly making money from taxpayer-funded videos and images and other information that he gets leaked to him. Can I get on that list and get the government videos and profit from them and slap my copyright on them and then license those videos to all the news outlets to play and loop while they're talking about UFOs and I get a royalty? Does he get royalties every time a news organization uses one of his videos? And are those royalties really him profiting from taxpayer-funded videos that he got leaked to him? Can I get on the leak list? Of course they're going to investigate a high-ranking intelligence officer with high clearances who's hanging out with a guy who is leaking things like Corbell has. And these guys are going to act shocked, and they're going to say this is retaliation. No, that's the intelligence community, and obviously they don't understand how the intelligence community works. If you've got a guy with high clearances hanging out with people who are leaking sensitive things, you're going to investigate him, even suspend his clearance until you're sure that he has not been the source of the leaks to these people that are leaking.
That was the case. If he got some reprisal just by association. However, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. So what you're saying is he went back to the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Also, we could say NRO separately, but there he is, and he gets walked out. Now, what did they walk him out about? And that's what was so interesting, because he already told us that, there's these attempts of reprisal. What did they walk him out about? Do you remember? I have it written down.
Yeah, I have a couple of the things that were on that list. I'm not sure how far we can go with this.
I think we can say the three things that were kind of identified to him. What did they walk him out?
He told us about it. So among the other things that
by the way, did they ask his permission to release this information? After all, he's got an active Inspector General complaint about reprisals, and this is some of the reprisals that he's claiming were reprisals for his whistleblowing, and that should be kept. I believe that all should be kept secret while the Inspector General investigates the claims. But these clowns are now going to leak information about these things, and that's a problem as well.
Brought up I just got to say, these are such bullshit. Little nitpicky bullshit attempts to silence him. And it is very obviously an attempt to silence him. And
it's your opinion that it's an attempt to silence him. Maybe it was an active investigation because he's hanging out with people that are leaking sensitive or classified information from United States government sources. And he's a United States government source with high classification that has access to similar information to the information that Mr. Grusch and Knapp have been leaking for profit.
Yes. Punish him for what he had already shared, the information already shared as part of his job.
Yes.
For one, they had a beef about his time card. So as a contractor, he had submitted invoices for 12,000 or so hours of work he had done for the government. The complaint alleged that there were...
by the way, that's going to be a very important figure, right? Because Mr. Grusch claims that he investigated 2,000 special access programs. And he did all of that in 12,000 hours, right? I think it's a mathematical impossibility to fully investigate 200 special access programs in 12,000 hours, but we're going to look into that as well. See, these guys should all both keep their mouth shut, but they can't help it. They need to keep pushing the grift, and they need to repair the cracks in the dam of the grift. And that's what they're attempting to do here, but they're making it worse because they are providing investigators and, investigative people like me with more data to use in our investigations. Not a very smart move on their behalf. Not a smart move at all.
I forget, 12 hours or 30, 36 hours?
So let's just be real clear. So this is August 29th, 2022. And what it was a personal conduct charges, right? And trying to figure out what's going on. This is through NGA. And it was essentially that there were 12,000 hours billed to the government as a contractor over 5.5 years. There were 32 hours that they were like suspicious about. So they're like, huh? And he's like,
yeah, I don't really care too much about the time card issues. I'm more concerned with this guy potentially leaking classified information or sensitive information to these two UFO clowns and promoters and profiteers.
oh, do I owe you like a couple grand? Like, what do you mean? Did I forget to do a stub? That was one of the things that was in that formalized attack on him.
Yeah, basically.
There's no proof it was a formalized attack. It was an inquiry into his conduct.
4 days of work out of 5.5 years. Hey, we're not sure if you billed us correctly for this. Boy, we're going to get you for it. Come on.
So additionally, in that, there was the idea that he shared classified information with people who were not authorized to receive that classified information. And
there we have it. There was the idea that he shared classified information with people that were not authorized to receive it.
I can definitively say that not only would we protect people that tried to do that, he is so fucking smart. He would never do that. He didn't do that. And
we don't know that he didn't do that because Jeremy Corbell won't answer very important, very direct questions that require questions so important they demand answers. Like, did Dave Grusch leak you the Mosul orb image? Did Dave Grusch leak you the Baghdad Phantom stuff? These are important questions that demand answers that Jeremy Corbell will not answer.
So whatever they were going for on that one, that was the second thing. Now, the third thing was—
This is a really good one.
This is the good one. Going back to PTSD and going at his mental health. And we talked about this day one. You were the one that said, that's what they're going for. They're going to go for that. That thing you just told me, they're going for that. Like, I was kind of like—
yeah. So from day one, they knew about his being confined to a mental institution. And they still chose to thrust this man in the spotlight and make as much money off of him as they possibly could. With Corbell inviting him to come drink whiskey with him at a bar. Great job, guys. And by the way, if you have PTSD, you should avoid stressful situations. And all of this UFO grift squad thrust this man into the spotlight to make money. Let's be clear, they thrust him into the spotlight so they could all make money off of him. Maybe, just maybe, these UFO guys should have been a little more sensitive to a man who is suffering from depression and post-traumatic stress disorder. So severe that he was confined to a mental institution over that. Maybe they should have realized, maybe putting this guy in the national spotlight would, and all of the scrutiny would be stressful for him. And we shouldn't do that just so that we could fill all of our pockets with UFO dollars. But no, they went ahead and did it anyway. And I renew the question that we asked recently. Did a bunch of UFO promoters take advantage of a mentally ill autistic man? Now we see that just letting him hang out with them is enough to get him investigated by authorities.
Like, huh? Like, I didn't understand it at the time, but now I get it.
Dave Grusch spent 14 years in the Air Force. He was in Afghanistan.
Again, with his credentials. They just always hammer his credentials. You know why they have to talk about his credentials for 20 minutes of a 30-minute broadcast? and how he is who he says he is? Because he doesn't have any evidence that they could talk about. Funny that.
He had a friend who, his best friend, came back. Two of them would talk on a regular basis on the phone. The friend had a conversation with Dave, and as soon as he hung up, killed himself. That's the kind of thing that really sticks with you. Your best friend, your closest friend.
Yeah, and that's a
who would
tragedy,
serve
and I
together
feel
with
for
you,
him for that.
takes his own life after speaking to you on the phone. Dave was messed up about it. He was.
Yeah, he was messed up. He was depressed about it, and he was stressed out about it and having drinking problems over it. So what did all these guys decide to do? Thrust him into the national spotlight so that they could all make UFO dollars off of his story, right? If they really cared about him, they would have told him not to become a public figure. They would have told him, rightfully so, what amount of stress that would amount to in his life. And they should have warned him, I think George Knapp might have, that they're going to dig up everything in your past and it's all going to become public, right? Now, the UFO promoters here tried to withhold that information from the public, but another journalist found that information and released it publicly, the information about him being committed to a mental institution.
Was in a deep depression. He started self-medicating. He drank. He was depressed. He was talking suicidal stuff, the kind of things that any normal human being, the kind of reaction that any normal thinking, feeling human being would have.
So, brass tacks.
Yeah.
First of all,
these guys are so concerned with his mental state, but they were perfectly okay with thrusting him into the national spotlight, right? Let's go to Congress. We'll sit behind you while you testify, and then we'll monetize our curiosity and make as much money as we can off of your story.
I have received, and I hope so, Dave, I'm sure will watch this.
Yeah, and now we're going to do the post-traumatic stress disorder defense. Oh, you can't ask Dave Grusch hard questions because he's got PTSD. You can't demand evidence from a man making fantastical claims about alien spaceships and alien bodies because he's got PTSD. How dare you ask him questions or ask him for evidence of his claims? He's got PTSD. They care so much about the PTSD, they wouldn't have thrust him into the national spotlight to make money. They don't care about his PTSD. This is just a defense from scrutiny, a defense from criticism, a defense from demands for evidence. That's what this is.
I want him to know too, I have received dozens and dozens per day since that story came out of veterans who are like, I have PTSD. I have not handled it as well as you. I have not gotten over it. He has inspired people. When he sat up there in Congress, like PTSD, I don't even want to, like, do I justify it? Do I talk about this?
I don't think we have to justify that. It's real.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Another F-bomb.
So
Jeremy Corbell must be CIA. He can curse as much as he wants and he's still fully monetized. Anybody else that cursed this much through a broadcast, they would cut the ads, right? We don't curse at all. They cut our ads.
Here's somebody that has served the country in ways the public can't know, but has served the country in ways the public can know. And just that alone, if he was active service and feeling and having issues, we would help because he's an asset. We'd help him. But now that he's out, it's like all of a sudden, anything you can do to try to diminish what he said, I don't even want to give it justice, but I'll tell you this.
Yeah, and I love this assertion. There's this assertion that you're not allowed to bring up the fact that the man, shortly before going on his secret mission to find the aliens, was put in a mental institution. We're not allowed to talk about that. How dare you talk about that? The man has no evidence. If the man had evidence, it wouldn't be relevant. Who cares? But he has no evidence, and he's willing to believe everybody's stories, apparently. So it is very relevant. And thank you, Real Steel Rumblehead, for kind and generous $5. Says, blah, blah, blah. It never ends with these guys. Are they crashing bores, or is it just me? Yeah. All these guys do is talk without all they do is talk without getting into any evidence because they don't have evidence to talk about. Exactly. The UFO community are acting all pissed. Laugh out loud. Yeah, I mean, it's relevant. If the guy had evidence, it wouldn't be relevant. But if you couple the fact that this guy's making fantastical claims, he's not providing any solid or verifiable proof or evidence of the claims that he's making, which are truly out of this world, couple that with the fact that he was put in a mental institution, it's relevant. And these guys are all going to sit here and pretend it's not relevant. And you're just trying to diminish his testimony. Well, testimony offered with no evidence should be dismissed without evidence. But I think we can enter into the record the evidence that he was in a mental institution because that matters.
I've had dozens and dozens every day who have texted me of active and former service members who have just called
and thank
bullshit.
You.
And they're
Real
like,
Steel Rumblehead.
So like I should post some of those
thank
tweets
you for your kindness.
or some
Raise
of those
the cash,
messages.
Friends.
So look, yeah, Dave had PTSD and he fucking dealt with it. And
yeah, there were two incidents that got into the public record.
Okay.
One was in 2014, one was in 2018. He was very upset, very depressed, drinking too much, suffering classic symptoms of PTSD, and it spilled over. I think his wife told police he wants to kill himself.
Good point, Sandra.
He needs help. In the second episode, he was detained, put him in a facility to protect him for 24 hours.
Right. You can hold for 72 hours, by the way. So, and by the way, he never lost a clearance.
Yeah, he never lost a clearance, except when he was investigated for hanging out with you guys and they suspended his clearance and walked him out of the building like a goddamn common criminal, right? You forgot about that? He never lost his clearance, except for that time he was investigated for hanging out with us at Star Trek conventions. Right after the day that we met him and we started hyping that Mosul orb image, right?
So think about that for a second, right? You have the highest clearance. There is nothing above TSSCI, whatever the fuck, there's nothing above that. Like he did not lose clearance from NGO. He didn't, or NGA.
Victor Wang.
He did not lose clearance from NRO. And there's more to the story which can't be told, but he reported some things that happened to him through an official channel of counterintelligence within NGA. So he has received all of this kind of fire. The dude never lost his clearance. The dude is decorated.
Yeah.
He is
Here, let's keep talking about his decorations and his clearances and his impeccable record, except for that mental institution thing. And Wellness Wisdom correctly points out, it's likely there were more episodes we don't know about. Yeah. How many times did he get drunk and threaten suicide to his wife that his wife wasn't serious enough that she didn't call the police? There could be a whole lot more episodes that we don't know about because the police did not become involved. They might not have been as serious of psychotic breakdowns or drunken escapade episodes, whatever you want to call it. There's likely more episodes that we do not know about yet, right? Torvik says, if they can use his career and credentials as evidence, anything about his life is fair game for criticism. Good point, Torvik. You guys are the one that keeps saying what impeccable career he's had and how impeccable his credentials are. Then include the stuff about him being put in a mental institution, committed, right? And you notice how they try to minimize it. Well, he was only committed to a mental institution for 24 hours by a judge. Okay, it wasn't that serious. Sure.
Decorated. Is that wrong to say?
He's so decorated.
Decorated.
He's decorated. He's decorated. He's decorated. Yeah, why don't you talk about his evidence, Jeremy Corbell? Let's hear about the evidence he has. I don't want to hear about decorations anymore. We've heard enough about his background and how he is who he says he is. These guys have spent probably 23 minutes of the 33-minute broadcast talking about his credentials and his clearances and his duty to service and all this nonsense talk. Where is the talk about the evidence? Oh, that's right. There is no evidence. Oh, that's why you can't talk about the evidence he's putting forward, because there is none. It's just stories that he heard.
This dude has I'm sorry, I'm just it makes me so mad. This dude served our country, and this is the treatment he's getting.
Yeah,
that's cool.
He's a hero.
That's cool. Let's report the news.
Hero.
But I mean, on the bigger scale, man, this whole thing that's going on with him is to discredit him. And you're a journalist. old school, 35, 40 fucking years. Tell me about that, man.
Well,
yeah, we're gonna go there. I haven't gone there, but this is important. Grusch was an intelligence guy in Afghanistan for the Air Force, by the way. And I spoke to somebody in Air Force intelligence who reached out to me, by the way, who told me that there is little or zero chance that Dave Grusch could have gotten post-traumatic stress disorder being an intelligence officer for the United States Air Force. Now, he may have gotten, psychological problems from one of his friends killing themselves, but that's not the same thing as getting post-traumatic stress disorder from the war, which is what these people are pushing. If you are an intelligence officer for the Air Force, you're not going to be in active combat. You're going to be in a cushy office far behind enemy lines doing intelligence analysis work or something. You're not in combat. So I want to know, if you're going to use the PTSD defense for everything, then how did he get PTSD? According to some reports, he got post-traumatic stress disorder because a friend of his killed themselves, not from being in a war zone. So is that even a valid way that you get post-traumatic stress? Most people who get post-traumatic stress disorder get it from being involved in active combat and seeing people's, heads blown off and their friends murdered right in front of them. This man was not a combat soldier in a war. How did he get PTSD? How did he get it? According to Knapp, he got it because one of his friends killed themselves. That means he didn't get it from being in a war then. So this whole defense is falling apart. The layers of deception are being peeled away, friends, and we are getting a clearer image of the lie that we have been spoon-fed about this Mr. David Grusch.
When we learned the information about what he'd been through, it was clear that is going to be a weakness to be exploited. It is seen as a weakness. I think it's a strength. He had these very low moments, as all of us do in the course of our lives. He was in a bad spot. He got help. He got out of it. He stopped drinking. He got treatment. He was a valued employee by his agency.
Again, credentials, valued employee, hero, right? Served his country. They keep on pushing that narrative, but they can't talk about evidence. Why?
Kept him on board. He is a different person now. I'm sure at some degree it will always stay with him, but he survived it and made himself a stronger and better person. Now, to have that lowest moment of his life, the kinds of things that other veterans, military veterans, intelligence folks even, who have served in theaters of battle, who've undergone.
Yeah. And now they are pushing the narrative that if you dare to question a man who got put in a mental institution, who's talking about alien bodies and alien spaceships with zero evidence, you are attacking a veteran with post-traumatic stress disorder. Listen, I have tremendous empathy for anybody who was in a war zone and suffers from that. And by the way, I have family that was in the Gulf War. One of my cousins was a Marine in the Gulf War, suffered from that terribly. Long story, a story for another time. So I have empathy and sympathy for those people, but that does not absolve them of criticism. It does not absolve them of somebody asking them for evidence of fantastical claims like alien spaceships being made. And this is all an attempt to make everybody asking hard questions look bad. You know why? So that they can keep this grift going and make a little more money before it all comes crashing down. 2+ months now, right? 2+ months, zero evidence so far.
Tremendous.
But for the whole 2 months, all these people pushing and promoting this story has been profiting from this story. 2 months, they're all making money with zero evidence of the claims Grusch originally made being presented to the public so far. Well, except for, claims of a 1933 UFO hoax pushed by William Brophy, known tall tale teller and bullshit artist who was involved in another UFO crash hoax, the Trinity crash. That was completely and totally fake. Those are who the claims of the Vatican and the cover-up and the alien bodies all came from William Brophy. that is evidence, it's garbage.
Disturbing personal scenes that so many tens of thousands of other servicemen have dealt with, servicemen and women, to have that particular moment, the lowest moment in his life, exploited and exposed.
How about you guys exploiting him? Because you knew that that was going to come out, but you thrust him into the spotlight anyway, knowing that was going to come out, hoping that perhaps some journalists wouldn't catch that and you could keep the story going for longer, all on zero evidence. They've kept this, I got to give it to them. They've kept a completely fantastical story about alien bodies and crash retrievals and non-human biologicals and all this stuff going for 2+ months now, and none of the people promoting the story, profiting from the story, have shown a single shred of evidence to support the claims being made. That's the problem here.
And ridiculed in a media article is the lowest of the low. It's among the worst slime jobs by a major news organization that I have ever seen.
And by the way, I just want to put this out there because it's funny. Did you know that George Knapp once did what could only be described as a hit piece or a slime job on, guess who? The author of Behold a Pale Horse. Remember the author of Behold a Pale Horse? Some people would call him a whistleblower, right? The author of Behold a Pale Horse was William Cooper, right? Now, what you need to know about the George Knapp, one second, let me get this up so I can share it. What you need to know about George Knapp is that George Knapp decided that he and John Lear were going to do a slime job or a smear piece on author of Behold a Pale Horse, Bill Cooper. And why did they do that? Because they didn't think that the UFO and alien information that Bill Cooper was putting forward was real or true or accurate. So they did what could only be described as a hit piece on Bill Cooper. So for George Knapp to sit there and act so sanctimonious, like, you know, he's such a journalist with integrity, and how dare this other journalist do this slime job hit piece? He did it himself. But in this circumstance, I really truly believe that it was about taking out the competition, because apparently Mr. Bill Cooper was getting a lot of those UFO convention bookings, and John Lear and George Knapp were perhaps missing out on some of the UFO dollars. So suddenly John Lear and George Knapp got together and did what can only be described as a slime job or a hit piece, talking about how Bill Cooper's claims could not be substantiated by evidence. I'm going to say that one more time. George Knapp did a hit piece talking about how William Cooper's claims of aliens and UFOs could not be substantiated by evidence. And he's going to get upset that another journalist ran what he's calling as a hit piece on Grusch because he revealed the truth that they should have revealed in their original reporting, that Grusch spent time in a mental institution. He has no moral high ground, considering he's done just as bad, if you consider it a bad hit piece, just as bad a hit piece on a so-called UFO whistleblower. He did it before. And I'm going to drag out that piece, and we're going to post it here on our channel here, because history matters, Mr. George Knapp. You ran a slime piece or a hit piece against Bill Cooper, claiming that his UFO and alien stories could not be substantiated by evidence. Well, I'm here to say that I believe Mr. David Grusch's claims cannot be substantiated by evidence. And that's not a slime piece, or that's not a hit piece. That's not a slime job or a hit job. That's reality. Welcome to reality. I am popping the delusion bubbles tonight, George Knapp. Pop, 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 bitch.
Is the lowest of the low. It's among the worst slime jobs by a major news organization that I have ever seen.
Except for the one that he did about Bill Cooper. That was pretty bad too.
And you predicted it.
I did predict it.
You literally, if we go back in this show, I believe on the show you predicted it, but you predicted it to a bunch of people, to John Gutierrez. We were talking one time. You predicted it. You predicted it to Stratton. You predicted. I don't know who you predicted. You predicted to everybody. You predicted on the show.
Yeah. Why didn't they tell him that this is going to come out? You may want to think long and hard about being thrust into the national spotlight, lest all your dirty little secrets come out. Instead, they thrust him into the spotlight so that they can make the UFO cash.
I don't have to be psychic to predict that, because that is a standard operating procedure for somebody. You want to discredit them, you find their weakest moment, their most embarrassing moment, and you exploit it and expose it and embarrass them, and you try to make them pay for speaking truth to power. And more importantly, in the case of Dave Grusch, what's happened in the last week is a warning shot across the bow to other whistleblowers who might be on the fence. Should I come forward or not? This is a direct warning to them. This is what happened to Dave Grusch. Are you sure you want to go into this?
You're right.
Is there anyone who has a life that is completely pure, that doesn't have a deep, dark secret, hasn't made a bad decision, didn't have a nasty divorce, didn't cheat on their wife, never welched on a debt or something like that? Haven't had a low moment in your life? Is there anyone in the intelligence community, in the military, in the media, in any line of work that hasn't had those kind of moments?
And we have directly been told.
He doesn't have any
talked
thoughtful
with numerous
arguments,
individuals who are already in process right now. So that's a fucking warning shot, just so everybody knows you can't stop this. So people have already put themselves on the chopping block. And we got calls, you and me, from multiple individuals that have told us
new whistleblowers
terrified of how David Grusch is going to be treated. So good job for those of you that want to slime job him. However, it's not going to work. People are smarter than that.
Yeah, people are going to start demanding evidence from a guy who was in a mental institution, Corbell. Welcome to reality. That's reality. When a guy who was in a mental institution starts talking about alien bodies and alien spaceships, but he has no evidence, people knowing he was in a mental institution are going to start saying, maybe this guy's full of shit because he doesn't have any evidence. Welcome to reality, Corbell. Keith Gardeck with a kind and generous $5 super chat. Thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support. Continuing supporter of the show. Corbell is the queen of pearl clutchers. He is dying to start each sentence with, how dare you? Yeah. I totally agree. Yeah, it's like, how dare you? B. Baker, maybe you have a claim. You could put a claim in somehow. B. Baker says, I have trauma listening to Corbell. Can I make a claim? Yeah, I think you got a valid point there. I'm getting trauma listening to this. And by the way, I don't know how much more of this I can take. I'm just putting it out there. I had to pre-listen to this and sort of make bullet point talking points and notes. Because there is just so much here that is cringeworthy.
You can't treat your audience and try to punk them and think that you're going to keep their respect.
Oh, wait a minute. We got to clip that. He just said you can't punk your audience and keep them and think you're going to keep their respect. Was it punking your audience selling a story about flares that you claimed was a triangle-shaped spaceship that was the size of a football field? Was that punking your audience? But you think you can keep your audience after selling people flares as alien spaceships, you space cadet clown?
And we got calls, you and me, from multiple individuals. So, by the way, just before you go into what you're about, I know you're about to go into it. It's not going to work. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, it's not going to work. We have people lined up.
Oh, yeah.
Ready.
They got
battle
lots of
helmets on.
Battle helmets.
Everything.
Oh, it's always about we're battling for disclosure with no evidence, right? We're beating the doors down with no evidence. We got our battle helmets on with no evidence. You know what would be better than battle helmets, Jeremy Corbell? Having evidence. You want to shut up, Mick West, Stephen Greenstreet, me, John from the Black Vault, and other people that are asking real and hard and critical questions? You want to shut up all the debunkers and critics and, people that still haven't drank the Kool-Aid and expect things like evidence? You want to shut us all up? Show us 100% incontrovertible smoking gun evidence and proof of the claims you and Dave Grusch are making. You'll shut us all up. But he won't do that, will he? It's going to be kick the can and chase the carrot for the next 3 months. I guarantee it. Oh, maybe we'll get new whistleblowers that will equally tell stories with no evidence.
Documented. Not going to work.
It's not going to work for Dave Grusch. He has already testified to Congress. He's made statements in public. There's a lot more.
And provided no evidence in public. Zero. So what value was Dave Grusch's testimony without any evidence? None. Zero. He has zero value. Dave Grusch is worthless as far as evidentiary value goes. He is a now discredited mental patient that told stories of alien bodies and alien spaceships with no evidence. His testimony is worthless without evidence.
Or he'd like to be able to say in public that he can't. So he's fully committed regardless. He's got a great lawyer, Chuck.
Oh, he's fully committed. He's fully committed. He's fully committed. There's another clip we got to get. He's fully committed.
Testified to Congress. He's made statements in public. There's a lot more he'd like to be able to say in public that he can't. So he's fully committed regardless. He's got a great.
He's definitely fully committed, George Knapp. He was fully committed. Yes, for a psychiatric stay in a mental hospital. He was fully committed, George Knapp.
Great lawyer, Chuck McCullough.
Yeah, great lawyer and Chuck McCullough, one of the original architects of the Patriot Act, which took all our rights away. Yeah, great lawyer. A guy who really cares about, transparency and the government truth. The architect of the Patriot Act is this lawyer. You can't make this stuff up. I'm making a movie out of this because you can't write a better movie than this whole plot of this whole shit show.
Who's going to defend him to the hilt. But I really think that it probably has had an impact on whistleblowers, even people we don't know who've been on the fence about whether to come forward, who have direct hands-on experience.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this will be the excuse for why the firsthand witnesses don't come forward and offer testimony, because I might get a slime job done on me, right? Maybe they all spent time in a mental institution. How do we know? We don't, because they won't release the names of the firsthand witnesses. Isn't that convenient?
With these programs, with the cover-up, who now have to be asking themselves, do I want to go through this? Do I want to have my high school girlfriend interviewed on television or on some bullshit internet publication?
Oh, it's a bullshit internet publication. But these guys are serious journalists, right? The Intercept is pretty well respected. I'm just going to put that out there, and that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it.
But let's separate it, because there's two ways in which people are coming forward. No longer am I submitting anybody's to Arrow. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. You know why they won't submit people to Arrow? Because that guy's a critical thinker, and he demands evidence, and he's telling the American public the truth. He looked into these claims and found no evidence of alien spaceship or alien bodies or any of this. None. So they don't want to send witnesses to him because he's going to demand evidence. They're just going to do this kick the can, chase the carrot, let's interview him on my podcast. Don't send him into the people in the government whose job and responsibility it is to investigate these claims, because they might want evidence, and that'll screw up the stories we could sell.
You called that many episodes ago, and I was trying to defend Dr. Kirkpatrick, and I was trying to, defend that this might be a good process. It's not. So now here we are, and I'll tell you this, which is that no matter what, people are going to come forward, and that is already in process. And I think Chuck McCullough is somebody that so far I believe you can trust. And I think that the cannon is loaded, baby.
Oh, more war talk. Battle helmets, the cannons are loaded. Do you think that the Griff Squad learned their lesson here and they can't put out a person with no evidence again? Or are they going to put out more storytellers with no evidence? I think they're going to try to muddy the waters, and they're going to send out 5 or 6 guys to tell stories that all of which have no evidence. And isn't it funny that Greer's whistleblowers, all of them also have no evidence? Remember all this talk of all these whistleblowers. Look, Real whistleblowers have evidence. And so far, all these people calling themselves whistleblowers have zero evidence.
And let's
They have
see what
stories.
happens.
They're not
Let's talk about the
whistleblowers.
media process a little bit. So we're talking about, if people have at home have not read this article, it's in something called The Intercept. It's an online publication.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, and suddenly an online publication is means that you're fly by night. Oh, do you mean like the debrief? That's also an online outlet being a rag, right? He's trying to say like, oh, the Intercept's a rag because it's an online outlet. So's the debrief that originally published this shit story, this garbage story with no evidence and lots of claims from a literal mental patient. Awesome. Awesome.
I read their stuff. In fact, I get pretty much every week, I get a fundraising request from them where they ask me as a reader to.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're asking for money for their work. They're evil. Hey, how much money has George Knapp made just from the Bob Lazar story alone? Wouldn't we all like to know? It's got to be in the millions by now. But God damn it, this independent of corporate interests online publication that does an excellent job at covering the defense and intelligence communities asking for $15. They're evil profiteers
who donate money. I don't know what kind of financial shape they're in. I suspect that they're on the ropes. The Intercept was created by and for whistleblowers. It was created in the wake of the Edward Snowden revelations.
And they did excellent coverage during all of that, excellent factual coverage during all of that. But now they're the bad guys because they told the truth about our mental patient whistleblower with no evidence.
Now, I know a lot of people have mixed feelings about Ed Snowden. He revealed, intelligence people that we know well think he went way too far.
I
that he
agree with
revealed
that.
way too much, and maybe.
No, I don't think he went far enough, in my view. Everybody has a different opinion. I'll respect theirs, though, on this situation. But Edward Snowden was a real whistleblower because he broke security oaths, he broke NDAs, and he dropped every bit of evidence he had, terabytes of it. So far, whistleblower Dave Grusch has stories people told him, and he has stories of an Italian UFO crash brought to us by a known bullshitter in the form of William Brophy talking about alien bodies recovered, that there is no other evidence that story is real. The only evidence of alien bodies and the Vatican involvement and all that stuff comes from a known UFO hoaxer, William Brophy, right? There's a huge difference. And I love how people try to compare Snowden to Grusch. It's apples and oranges. There's no comparison, friends.
He revealed things to the Russians that we don't even know about yet. And I agree with that. But he did a fundamental thing in revealing this massive surveillance program of private citizens that we needed to know about.
No, he did us a favor, and that was
the impetus behind the creation of The Intercept. The founders of The Intercept left. They left a couple of years ago, and they were disgusted by how things developed. You know, this is supposed to be, it's in their mission statement. This place is supposed to be a safe haven for whistleblowers. You got some skullduggery that you've uncovered in government, in the military, somewhere else. You can tell it to The Intercept and it's safe. They have screwed up so many times with whistleblowers, and the people who shared information with them have gone to prison. So now they've sort of flipped the script, and instead of being a pro-whistleblower safe haven place, they are going after whistleblowers. At least in the UFO UAP arena, they go after them and punish them. We saw it a couple of years ago with Lou Elizondo. There was a despicable article that was written. I cannot imagine that their editor ever went through that article and didn't X out giant chunks of it, or at least ask for, can we get a more balanced view of it? It went after Lou. I think it took some whacks at me in that piece, as I recall.
Yeah, how dare people go after people who sell fake stories on the internet or who lied to the New York Times, right? Maybe if Lou Elizondo hadn't lied to the New York Times, another journalist wouldn't have to do a story about how he lied to the New York Times. Maybe if George Knapp hadn't been caught selling so many fake, completely and totally provably fake stories, a journalist wouldn't have to do a story about him selling fake stories. It's like, blame that guy. You're the guy that caused the stories to be generated by lying to everyone. Knapp and Elizondo?
Can't imagine that it was ever published, but it sort of was a precursor to what they did to Dave Grusch. This article that came out that solely focused on Grusch's lowest possible moment.
No, it didn't solely focus on that.
Now, look, I think Dave Grusch knew it could happen. We both knew it could happen. I just didn't realize it could be so low. And they did it terrible. With records that are available through the state of Virginia, FOIA records, police records from the 2 incidents that happened. And they put as absolutely the most despicable spin on those incidents that it would be possible.
And kind of like you put a spin on the Bob Lazar story, telling everybody that he's a former government scientist, right? Is that a spin, George Knapp, when you called Bob Lazar a former government scientist, but it turns out that he's a fake scientist with fake degrees and a fake education who was bankrupt, married to a convicted murderer at the time, so he never could have gotten the clearances to work at Area 51 with a murderer wife who had strong ties to organized crime, right? Maybe you're somebody that has spun a story before. You know, listen, if Knapp was Walter Cronkite and was upset over this journalist doing a hit piece, I would accept that. But Knapp has done some slimeball shit in his career, including selling an entire book claiming that there was all this evidence that the book was based on, and then admitting on Joe Rogan there was no evidence. So talk about spin, right? And you know, I'm reminded of that saying, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. Knapp has been spinning stories to make money his entire life. So he's going to get upset that a journalist spun a story? It's ridiculous.
They had none of the other side of the coin. They had none of the explanation that, oh yeah, those incidents did happen. Dave was at a low point. He got treatment. He got better. His employers support him. The fact that those other NGA higher-ups went.
Well, I think they said that he didn't lose his clearance, right? They did. It was factual reporting. And by the way, let me just remind everybody that George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, Ross Coulthard, Leslie Keene, everybody selling this story knew about his stay in a mental institution, and they all cut it from their stories that they were selling. Why? It's relevant to a guy talking about aliens and spaceships with no evidence. It's extremely relevant since he has no evidence. And they based the whole story on how credentialed he is and how decorated he is. And they just happen to leave out that part about him getting committed to a mental institution. They did the lie by omission on purpose, friends. And if they didn't lie by omission, another journalist wouldn't have to have corrected the record like what happened. That should have been reported in all the original stories. It wasn't. Why?
With him to SCU, that he was given this incredibly important assignment by his employer as a liaison to the UAP task force to look into these SAPs. They trusted him. They believed him. They helped him fend off these attacks from other agencies that, by the way, are still ongoing. There are other shoes to fall. For them to publish this, to embarrass him.
How dare they publish this and embarrass him? Maybe you guys embarrassed him because you should have put it in the original story. You didn't. You left it out so that you can make money. Congratulations.
And then, I don't know if you've seen this stuff on social media, but
you know I don't read that
the
shit.
journal, I know you can't. I can't help it because people send it to me. But
yeah, Jeremy Corbell reads nothing, especially anything critical of his fake stories, because he's an intellectual weakling and a coward, and his stories are so piss poorly researched and based on such piss poor so-called evidence, like flares being dropped during a military exercise, that he can't stand to read the truth, the comments of people.
The journalist involved, somebody I don't know, who says flat out he does not believe this UFO stuff.
To be candid with you guys, so people can account for where I'm coming from, I don't believe in the UFO stuff.
He is.
Oh yeah, how dare he not believe in the UFO stuff? So now you have to believe in it, or you're not allowed to report on it. That's what they're saying. If you don't believe in the UFO stuff, you have no business reporting on it. Garbage. That is a garbage statement. Absolute garbage. And by the way, now they're doing a hit piece on that journalist, right? And so did Ross Coulthart do a hit piece on that journalist. So if we don't believe in doing hit pieces on people, why are you doing a hit piece on the journalist who did the job that you refused to do and revealed the truth that you didn't include in your story on purpose?
Hostile to it. He has tricked and trolled his own readers.
And he didn't trick or troll his own readers. He tricked and trolled Ross Coulthart and News Nation. And by the way, that was glorious. For those unaware, the original guy who wrote this story, he wrote on Twitter that he got let go from his job. And then the very next tweet was to do more work or something, you know, like it was a joke. News Nation did a whole piece on how he got fired for doing that hit piece. They are so stupid. They didn't do the most basic fact checking. He did troll them. He trolled a multi-million-dollar company into making assholes out of themselves. And good for that guy, because they were running hit pieces on him. He got him back. Ooh, take that, Ross Coulthart, you dummy. You just sold another completely fake story. He didn't get fired. It was a joke.
Put stuff online where he makes fun of his own readers and ha ha ha, look at these goofy UFO people who fell for my trick, insults them. I cannot imagine what is the...
His readers, by the way, are cheering him on, and he has 500,000 followers, and they support his work.
The journalism...
He wasn't trolling his followers. He was trolling the people that were going after him for writing a factually correct, journalistic, well-done piece, in my view.
Strategy. What is the marketing strategy where you insult and demean
maybe
your
it's
readers,
not about
the
marketing,
people who would
George,
otherwise
maybe
support
it's about the truth.
your publication? I don't understand it. If I did that shit, I would be fired in a heartbeat.
It is Willowy 13.
It is wrong.
Same thing. Yes.
For you to put out something that is false
No
and
worries,
misleading
good
just to
there.
get a joke on your readers, it is absolutely antithetical to everything we're supposed to do, and to not have a balanced approach. You go into a story and you've already said, I don't believe any of this stuff. I think it's bogus.
Balanced approach. George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell went into that flare story saying, it can't be flares, it's got to be aliens. Was that a balanced approach? This guy has no moral high ground to complain about a journalist not being balanced. Every story they do is spun to be aliens. They're not balanced at all. At all. Was the flare story balanced? Did you consider the possibility it may be flares from military exercises? In your 2 years of investigating that story, you somehow didn't manage to know about the flares being dropped, but 5 minutes after you posted that story, it was debunked as flares. You guys are a clown show. Talking about spin and how this journalist isn't balanced enough.
And I'm going to set out to prove it's bogus. And you pick a guy and you cut his nuts off in public.
Cut his nuts off in public. I've got to get that clip too.
It is abominable to do this kind of thing and not have the other part of it. Dave did have those episodes. Those things happened to him. And then he got treatment and he got better.
He's repeated himself, and so has Corbell. This is the 4th time they've repeated. He got treatment. He had some problems. He got better. We get it.
And his employer
still
stuck
relevant.
by him.
It's
That's
still
not
relevant,
included.
George.
How can you? So whoever this idiot is, I'm sorry, I'm a little ignorant. I kind of know what you're talking about.
A little ignorant, right?
Whoever this idiot is, this is not journalism. In your mind, this is not journalism?
A guy who never went to school for journalism, isn't trained in journalism, doesn't have any journalistic credentials, just declared himself a journalist recently, is going to tell you what journalism is or isn't. According to him, reporting flares as an alien spaceship is journalism, right? But posting a factually accurate article about somebody's mental institution stay after they're making claims about aliens, that's not journalism. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
What is journalism? It's yellow journalism, I think would be the term, but it's a hit job.
Okay.
It's a slime job. He set out to slime Dave and he found a way. And the fact is, okay, UFO people were wrong. They assumed it was some kind of a leak of his medical records from intelligence insiders.
But it was a leak.
Classically in a defense.
Yeah, and Jeremy Corbell's butt buddy Cigar tried to nail this journalist down because he may have gotten a source within the intelligence community that tipped him off about this man's past. Who cares where that tip came from? I don't care. This should have been reported in the original story.
Definitive sense, they didn't provide the records, but they did put him on the trail of where to find him.
What I did watch is Sagar and Crystal.
Yeah, who are totally and completely in on Jeremy Corbell's grift. They help him sell his grifts. They are compromised.
On Breaking Points. And
Breaking Points is trash.
I did see was an expert job of asking questions and allowing somebody to reveal themselves. Because this guy...
I shouldn't say that. I kind of liked them before they started reporting on UFOs. I thought that the idea behind Breaking Points was one liberal and one conservative, so you get a more balanced view of the news. I think that's an excellent idea. But when it comes to UFOs, they're all on Corbell's side on this. They won't even accept the possibility. And why would they not report on how many times Corbell has sold completely and totally fake stories, right? Why would they not report on Bob Lazar being a convicted pimp, fake scientist that Corbell made millions off of saying was a government scientist? There's no proof he ever worked for the government. There's no proof he was ever a scientist. Why wouldn't they report on that? Because they're buddies and they're all making money off this UFO thing together.
I saw Sagar said something like, so factually it is true. Like, it is true. It was from the intelligence community, did leak to you. Like, so
they told him, someone on the inside, probably the same people who filed the complaints and tried to get him fired before. That didn't work. So someone on that side
with no proof
funneled the information to a guy who was quite willing to go along with it.
So were you tipped off by members of the intelligence community? It was both the Defense Department. I mean, again, it's a mosaic. You talk to as many people as you can because you don't want to be dependent on any one individual who might have.
I believe multiple sources told this journalist about Dave Grusch's less than stellar mental history. Who cares who told them? They're just pissed off because the grift is coming crashing down now. Because if you couple the fact that Dave Grusch has no evidence along with his stay in a mental institution, it doesn't look good. It really doesn't look good. If he had evidence, this wouldn't be so impactful. But the fact that he has no evidence to share with the American public while claiming he's a whistleblower, and the fact that he stayed in a mental institution for mental problems, it doesn't look good for him.
Have a grudge or whatever it is. But yes, I did talk to both DOD people and intelligence. So
if you actually had spent any time like you and I have to look into and talk with people that have worked with David Grusch over time, it is impossible to come to that conclusion that you came to with an anonymous source, is what I heard, of somebody trashing them, which, by the way, I don't believe.
No, and by the way, somebody would have found this information, including me. I'm going to reveal something for the first time here. People were making claims that Dave Grusch's house was broken into, sort of being under attack for his whistleblower activity. People were breaking into his house. So I had planned to get a background check done on him that listed all of his previous addresses. And then I had planned to file FOIA requests for all of the police reports related to those addresses, right? Which is basically what happened here. This man filed a FOIA request for all of the police activity related to one of his addresses, and we find out about the mental institution thing, right? I was going to file FOIA requests to see if there's any truth to the claims that his house was broken into, because after all, if your house is broken into, you call the police, you get a police report. There should be a police report at one of the local police districts local to one of his addresses. Somebody was going to find this evidence. I just think that they're pissed off because they expected this to come probably 6 months down the road, because it takes a while to do all that research. They didn't expect this information to come out so quickly and make them all look like ass clowns. But here we are, lying ass clowns.
1 second that anonymous source exists, because We have spoken with more people, like Commander Fravor said. I've talked to you, and Commander Underwood, that they've talked with us more than any agency, anybody. It is impossible to come to that conclusion if you are being unbiased. Now, are you? So I don't know this. Are you supposed to be unbiased as a journalist? Is that okay to be a little biased?
I mean, there is supposedly the objectivity is the standard. In fact, no one is truly objective.
Well, at least you
Subjectivity
admit that.
creeps into every
I
decision
agree
that
with
journalists
that.
make. What story is going to be covered? Who gets to assign it when it's covered? What position for TV? Where is it play in a newscast? How much promotion do we give it? A lot of subject evaluations and factors go into any news story. You try to be objective, which is impossible.
Right.
But what you settled for is fairness, being fair. This was not fair. I can understand.
I'm just going to say this. You know what else isn't fair? Not telling everybody when you're selling the Bob Lazar story that his wife at the time was a convicted murderer, that he was bankrupt, and that his wife had ties to organized crime and therefore could never have been given a top secret clearance to work on any government base, let alone a top secret military base. That's not fair. You know what else isn't fair? Not telling everybody that an on-the-record real Area 51 security guard checked the logs, and Bob Lazar was never in the flight logs going in or out of Area 51 ever. You know what else isn't fair? Not telling everybody the truth about that FBI raid on Bob Lazar's business, how it was about a routine murder investigation, because Bob Lazar was selling dangerous chemicals that someone may have allegedly used to kill their wives. So they raided his business to get the sales records for that murder investigation. You know what else isn't fair? Telling your audience that something is an alien spaceship and forgetting to tell them, or a craft, and forgetting to tell them that there was military exercises and flares being dropped at the exact time and exact date in the same place that the so-called craft, triangle-shaped unknown craft was spotted in the sky. That's not fair. These guys crying and complaining that things aren't fair when they manipulate every story they sell with layer upon layer of deception, lies by omission, outright lies, anonymous sources. These guys crying that things aren't fair after they are huckstering stories to the level that they do, lying to their audiences constantly to make money, are going to cry and complain that something's not fair. Again, if these guys were Walter Cronkite types with excellent, impeccable credentials and backgrounds of selling totally, completely accurate stories for a career, then great. They have the moral high ground to bitch. But these guys are garbage peddlers. You're talking about garbage peddlers that got caught selling a fake story again with no evidence from a guy who was in a mental institution. They got caught, and now they're saying this isn't fair.
Understand that Dave did not talk to him, so maybe that lets this reporter off the hook. But Jesus, how in the world does Dave Grusch get invited to speak before Congress? How is it that he kept his security clearance even after these same allegations were raised by
that's a good question. Would Congress still have put him in that hearing knowing about his mental problems and the fact, coupled with the fact that he's not going to release any evidence? Would they still have put him in that hearing knowing about that? We'll never know, because these guys didn't disclose that information. It came out after the hearing because a journalist had to do the job that they didn't do.
His enemies in the intelligence community because they wanted to shut him up.
There's no proof of enemies in the intelligence community yet. That's all claims and speculation, just like his claims of alien spaceships and alien bodies. They're claims, they're allegations, they're not facts. There is no smoking gun evidence.
Shut him up.
There's no smoking gun evidence or proof that he's being retaliated against. Until that investigation is complete, it's just allegations of that. And by the way, some of the allegations of reprisals we've heard about, and it's the fault of Corbell and Knapp that he got investigated. Dave Grusch got investigated because he was hanging out with people that are leaking sensitive government information without permission, right? Great.
As a whistleblower, they filed this stuff. They delayed his testimony to Congress. They tried to smear his reputation, and that didn't work. So then they fed it to a reporter who smeared it all over the place.
So what I took away from Sagar and Crystal's interview on
Yeah, let's
Breaking
just wait.
Points is that they had this journalist on,
exactly, lady.
and
blah,
it was
blah.
like,
who are they to attack
this
other
dance
journalists?
the guy was doing, like, oh, it's a mosaic of sources. No.
Yeah, it is a mosaic of sources. That guy's got great sources. And by the way, I just want to mention that Lady Blah Blah mentioned in our live Discord chat earlier that if somebody is suffering from mental problems or alcoholism or PTSD, you don't want to put them in a high stress situation. These guys pushed him right into the national spotlight. Go testify before Congress so we can make some UFO money. They don't care about this man. They're taking advantage of this man. He's a payday to them. Nothing more. Just another payday. How long are they going to milk this guy? They've been milking Bob Lazar for UFO dollars for 30 years.
Sagar fucking nailed in there, and he's like, so it's basically true. You gotta leak from the IC.
In terms of the substance of the tip here.
Yeah, I wonder who told him to say
aren't they
that, too.
fundamentally correct that like you are publishing dirt that was tipped to you by intelligence community?
Well, here's the deal.
Yeah, and then
the biggest thing I took away from that.
Don't show his reply to that, which was in perfect defense of that argument, right? Selective editing, another tool of the UFO grifter that's an intellectual weakling and coward and can't actually withstand real debate.
At piece from Sagar was that what are you trying to say with this article? Like, what information are we supposed to take away, from this article? And he really nailed it down, which is that there is nothing tactile, there's nothing tangible, there's nothing valuable other than you trying to smear this person to discredit their testimony under oath at Congress. Now,
there's no value here, right? Just like is there value in a story about an alien spaceship when it's really about flares? These guys are such hypocrites, it's ridiculous.
Now, for our audience, if David Grusch lies under oath at Congress, and this is not debatable, like you can be jailed and imprisoned for lying. I mean, people will do all these gymnastics. No. You don't do that. But remember, to get him to that point, he has to walk this really fine line of what is classified, what is not. Now, we all want to know.
Yeah, according to the DOD, the alien spaceships, the alien bodies, and all that stuff is not classified. He could talk about any of it, but yet he won't. Why? Is it maybe he's keeping his mouth shut to keep the grift going with these guys? Maybe, just maybe. Because the more information they release, the more this story starts to fall apart.
Is what he says true? But in order to have that opportunity, he can't be muzzled. I will tell you this right now. He's been effectively muzzled for this coming week. He's muzzled. And he's muzzled. I can't explain why, and you know why, but I can't explain why. But
you can't tell us. It's not secret.
Who are they? So people invested in not having him talk. Because look, all this is nonsense, right? If it was nonsense, would you have all of this reprisal going on? So they've effectively muzzled him for this week.
Yeah.
We'll give it a week.
This is the David Wilcock defense. Oh, the information must be real because we're under attack. They're using a David Wilcock tactic. Did you know all of David Wilcock's whistleblowers were under constant attack from the intelligence community and the CIA and the Men in Black and the Deep State, right? And they had about as much evidence as Dave Grusch does of their claims, but they were always under attack. So this is a David Wilcock, right out of the David Wilcock playbook. Say that our whistleblower is under attack so that it adds credibility to how important his information that he won't share with the public is. It's a ridiculous circle jerk argument.
It's not going to last. It is not going to last.
So I'm wondering.
No, this story's not going to last unless you clowns come up with some goddamn evidence. This story is in the shitter. This story is in the dumpster fire of UFO history here. It's going to go right up there with the alien autopsy hoax.
The Air Force involved in this? We've been having open discussions in multiple media platforms in Congress about UFO, UAP, secrecy, reverse engineering, crash retrievals, all that stuff for 5 years now, or more than 5 years.
I agree, Wush. I remember that. Yeah.
It's out there. People are talking about it. Is it possible that there are still operatives within different parts of the government that want to put this genie back in the bottle? And the answer is yes, it is. And they are active now, and they are not done with Dave
Exactly.
Grusch.
I don't trust them
We have to
anymore.
know who's involved and the kinds of things that they are pulling. And it's meant to send a message to scare the shit out of anybody else who might want to step forward.
So let's pull back from right there.
Let's scare all the
report that news
whistleblowers
when we can. But let's just.
How about they just want to scare away whack? Let's do a thought experiment. What if the government does just want to scare away people who make wackadoo claims with no evidence? Would you support the government scaring away people who make wackadoo alien and UFO claims that don't have any evidence because they don't want to waste time on wackadoos? I would support that. Claims made without evidence should be dismissed without evidence. We're going on 2 months that all these guys have been making all kinds of money. This has been one of the most profitable stories ever for Ross Coulthard, Leslie Kane, Blumenthal, and these two clowns, right? One of their most profitable stories ever. For 2 months, they've been raking in all these UFO dollars. No evidence. 2 months collecting money for a story with no evidence. But let's talk about his credentials again. Let's talk about his high-ranking security clearances again.
If allow me to go through 4 thoughts. My thoughts are really migraining right now, but here's 4 thoughts. I love my wife and my dog. Here are my 4 thoughts. All right, this is for our audience.
God, this guy's married.
If we can agree,
that's pretty scary. Somebody married that guy on purpose. Jesus Christ.
UFOs are real. That there are machines of unknown origin. So we all have to get there. That is fact, but let's try to get there with consensus.
And that's another thing. People dog me for being so skeptical. I truly believe that UFOs are real. There are unidentified flying objects sometimes, or unidentified aerial phenomenon, if you prefer. Certainly, that's a real thing. The problem that I have is all of these guys, including Corbell and Knapp, jumping right to the aliens without evidence of aliens. If you're going to say it's aliens, you better have some really substantial and supportive proof of aliens. But somehow they just say UFOs are real, therefore aliens are real. It's apples and oranges, and it's a terrible argument, and it shows you what an intellectual weakling Corbell is. That's his best argument. UFOs are real, therefore aliens must be real. Garbage argument.
It's reality. Then let's try to agree that there has been reverse engineering attempts on these unidentified physical craft by our government.
That would be true if you're talking about foreign adversarial technology. I'll agree with that. There have been reverse engineer programs that may have back engineered once unidentified craft, but they grab them, identify them, rip them apart, assess their technological makeup and capabilities to learn more and to be able to defend against adversarial technology. But again, making the jump to aliens is a bridge too far unless you have substantial and supportive proof that the UAPs or UFOs that the government has recovered and back engineered are indeed of alien origin. There's no evidence of that, period. Full stop.
Just, I'm there. If you're not there, please try to catch up.
Oh yeah, catch up to my belief system.
This has been done so illegally. And I know that's a loaded term, illegally, because there's a lot of people. I was told by an authority figure today that word has a lot of definition. But
there are actually unacknowledged special access projects that are beyond congressional oversight. Does that mean they're illegal? It's kind of a gray area. I think that means they're unconstitutional personally, but I'm somebody who actually believes in the principles that we're supposed to follow set forth in the Constitution. Other people say, no, that's required for national security. Therefore, it's not unconstitutional. It's not illegal.
I would say illegal, or at least secret. We can agree on that, secret, because you brought back all the Russia files. It's secret. So now we're at the third phase, which is that, yes, we've been trying to work on these craft, and yes, it has been secret. I will say nefarious or illegal. So if we are at those
nefarious and illegal are two different things.
And everybody needs to try to ask this question within themselves. This is the critical question, which is that if UFOs are real, and if we have been working on them, and if we have kept it secret illegally, this is the fourth. What makes you think? My dad used to say,
Corbell's daddy.
Do not be surprised when people act in character.
Do not be surprised when people act in character. Well, that's a great statement. And couldn't that statement, do not be surprised when people act in character, be applied to Corbell, who's been caught selling fake stories about UFOs and aliens over and over and over and over again? Do not be surprised when Jeremy Corbell acts in character and sells us all another fake story about UFOs and aliens. After all, Jeremy Corbell's daddy says, do not be surprised when people act in character.
And he meant by that, if they were doing something then, the best way to predict the future is what happened in the past.
The best way to predict what they'll do in the future is what they did in the past. Corbell and Knapp have been caught over and over and over again selling provably fake stories. So should we assume that if they act within their character, they'll sell fake stories again? I think Jeremy Corbell's daddy is onto something, right? By the way, his daddy is the one who bankrolled all of his artistic adventures that failed, his jiu-jitsu school that failed, his trips around the world, right? His yoga school that failed, right? His daddy bankrolled all that. Got a rich daddy. Good for him, right? Great.
If this has been illegal and secret before, what makes you think this is organized? What makes you think that this is something that they're going to let out, whoever the keepers of the secrets are? What makes you think that any means necessary, legal or not legal, will be used to silence and to harm the people trying to talk about it? We have personal experience with that.
Sure.
And I want everybody to get there with our audience is if you understand
those evil men in black are keeping the truth about aliens from us, not George Knapp, who knows exactly where some alien isotopes are buried that could prove unequivocally tomorrow with absolutely smoking gun evidence that aliens have visited Earth, right? He's not the person. It's those evil men in black keeping disclosure from us, not people like George Knapp or, hey, how about Ross Coulthard, who knows exactly where an alien spaceship is on Earth, but he won't tell anybody. The gatekeepers of disclosure are the UFO profiteers. They claim they have smoking gun evidence of aliens, but they won't give it to us. Why? Maybe they don't have proof of shit, right? You have to at least, no matter what level of true believer you are, you have to at least accept the possibility that these people are just full of shit.
First three things, please be aware of the fourth question you should be asking, which is, would anything be different today? Is this some sort of orchestrated attempt to become clean about UFOs? Is this an orchestrated attempt, super orchestrated attempt to try to come clean in any way, or even to create a false flag operation? These are not ours. These are not ours because they have existed prior to the Wright brothers taking flight. They have existed prior to our Department of Defense. You know this better than anybody, but this is reality, whether or not we accept it or not. Consensus reality needs to catch up.
Oh yeah, so this is reality. Catch up to our reality. Our reality that's based on no evidence. Oh, let's see. Convicted pimp, fake scientists telling stories, a mental patient telling stories with no evidence, right? These guys milked the Bob Lazar story for 30 years for every penny they could. And they have no evidence of the claims that Bob Lazar put forth, just stories. Is Dave Grusch any different? I submit to you, no, he's not.
Those are the 4 points.
So far,
I'm done.
He could fix that situation by presenting his evidence, but so far he won't.
I don't know what's going on with The Intercept. I do read their stuff. There's got a lot of great content in there.
The Intercept is a good publication, in my opinion, in my view. I think they do a great job covering their area of expertise.
It does seem, based on the appeals begging for money, that maybe they're in financial straits.
Oh yeah, they're begging for money. It's just because George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell don't explicitly beg or ask for money doesn't mean they're not taking in all kinds of money for their work. And if they can get paid millions of dollars to sell completely fake stories, why shouldn't The Intercept ask for $5 or $10 from its readers? They have a track record and history of presenting factually accurate stories. Show me The Intercept getting caught selling fake stories constantly. You can't. So this argument, oh, they're money whores. They're whores asking for money. These are the two biggest UFO whores on planet Earth. They're taking money in constantly. For them to bitch that somebody else is getting paid for accurate reporting when their reporting record is fake story after fake story after fake story is laughable.
So maybe the strategy is we don't care what the story is, how valid it is. If it generates readership, we're all on board. I don't know if that's the calculation they made. It does not seem to be sustainable. When you publish a story that directly mocks and humiliates your readers, not only the guy who's the subject of the story,
I agree,
that cannot continue. I don't know if it's a desperation thing or what, but and a media organization set up to protect whistleblowers, to be a safe haven for whistleblowers, who then adopts a position of pummeling anybody whistleblowing on this particular topic. It is not sustainable. I don't get it. I think it is also, it's kind of a telling thing.
And that's an important point that we should make. Nap wears Barney nappies. Pardon me. An important point that we really should make is that investigative journalism, by its nature, is adversarial. You ask questions as an investigative journalist that people don't want to answer. Kind of like I'm asking these two, who was the source of the Mosul orb image? Since you guys started promoting that and pumping it up and overhyping it and over-sensationalizing it on the very day that you first met Dave Grusch, it's a question that demands answers. Investigative journalism, by its very nature, is by nature adversarial. So for them to cry and complain about what that guy did, that used to be considered standard journalism, investigative journalism. You know, now we live in this, you know, strange society where you can't tell the truth. You got to walk on eggshells around people who may be affected by this or that.
Who this reporter now is hanging with, you know, birds of a feather.
Oh,
the
I see what
people
you're
that
saying.
he is now who have given him a platform are the same people who gave a platform to those who wanted to bash Lou Elizondo, who made fun.
It's not bashing Lou Elizondo saying that he lied to the New York Times. It's a factually accurate statement. And by the way, George Knapp helped them pump up the TTSA techno scam, right? He used all his media context to do story after story after story promoting TTSA while they were soliciting public donations and investment. And he forgot to disclose that he was an early investor in TTSA, right? So, boy, pot kettle black here. It's ridiculous. These guys are such hypocrites.
Of the BASS OSAP program.
Yeah.
It's a small cadre group, but they hang together, and now they've got a new member. Maybe they were lonely and needed a new friend. I don't know.
Your friend and my friend, Robbie Williams, would have a 4-letter word to describe these people that is very British.
Yeah.
Just saying. Anyway.
It's a line we don't want to cross.
No.
I think a British person would be correct in calling Corbell and Knapp wankers. That's my opinion.
Well, I'm not cross now. Dave Foley did a great podcast about it, though. Anyway, check it out. I'm going to say something right now that I don't think is going to make the cut for this episode, but I do need to get it off my chest, which is that
I agree, Christian.
This is fucking theater.
This is theater.
I want people to understand. The news segments and this kind of thing, I have trusted and learned to trust producers, and we get calls every time to go on the news. And I only do it if I have something to say. You don't get paid to. I heard some people get paid. I don't get paid to do news hits. I take time out of my life fixing sprinklers and hanging with my wife and my dogs to do these.
Yeah, and by the way, he might not get paid for the pieces, but I'd like to ask the question, is he getting paid royalties for the government-funded videos that he slaps his copyright on and then licenses to all the news outlets? Is he profiting from the exposure he gets from being on all these national and international news organizations. Of course he's making money based on those appearances. They may not pay him directly, but it's to his benefit to publicize his own monetized videos and everything else.
I think that's really important people understand.
Oh, yeah.
I go on
I'm
there
doing this
because I got
as a
fucking something
volunteer.
to say.
I'm a
And if I
volunteer.
don't, I don't do it.
I'm
And I'm going to tell somebody
volunteering.
I got into a trap. And this is going to air after I get my redemption moment. So I'm cool putting this out. And I don't know if this is going to make the cut because it's super.
Oh, he's going to
ugly,
cry about
but
the interview that made fun of
the
him.
Pierce Morgan show. I heard it's like some big show in Europe. And I'm like, okay, I'll throw one punch this week.
They made
try
fun
to
of
drop
him.
some truth. Talk with the producer, super cool guy. I don't want to go into details about him because it'll reveal him. Super cool guy. I said, look, cool, man. Don't play X-Files music. I am not a UFO enthusiast.
Yes, you
I am
are.
an investigative journalist.
No,
because
you're
that's
not.
what I actually do.
No, you don't. If you were an investigative journalist, you would have caught that the last story you sold was flares and not an alien spaceship, you wanker.
Just don't fuck up those two things.
Yeah.
Anything you
they played X-Files music and they asked him critical questions, so he lost his mind.
throw at, I don't want to go into the third thing, but anything you throw at me, I'm cool. Let's rock, baby. Right? I come on. I just want to say, man, so it's like theater. It's like everybody's watching this like Wizard of Oz shit. Now the anchor is super cool. Like I got nothing. People got to stop yelling at her about this. Like
nobody's
she
yelling
is
at
super
her.
cool.
Somebody wrote this stuff.
Oh my gosh, you can tell people what that's like. So there's a new. So you actually do investigative journalism and will anchor sometimes, right?
Sometimes, yeah, not anymore.
Right, but you understand. So they're reading off a teleprompter. So this awesome person who is cool is reading off a teleprompter, and they play the X-Files music. They mislabel me. They actually
tinfoil hat.
Might be time to grab your tinfoil hats because the aliens are coming, and apparently a lot of them. There've been almost 1,000 documented UFO sightings in the UK since January 2021.
He told him not to
They
play
even
the
seem to
X-Files
target
music
certain
and to
areas
call
of the
him an
UK more than
investigative
others.
journalist. They
Pandemic,
called him a
there's more
UFO
going on, and the price
enthusiast.
of everything is shooting up, and aliens suddenly aren't that interesting or worrisome to them anymore.
Well, first of all, that's incorrect. And hello,
See
Nick.
how
Nice
upset
to
he gets?
see you.
that was on the moment. They said tinfoil hat. I said put on your battle helmet. So like, bang! I got so pissed.
We don't need
They
a
even
battle
used
helmet.
my bio and put it in front of someone else. It was
Yeah,
like
they gave a great bio for Nick Pope, who was there, who had nothing to
Poor
do with
Nick.
the congressional hearing.
Poor Nick had nothing to. He didn't have any idea about it. And like we're sitting there, and I'm like, "Hey, Nick, nice to see you," because I think we're having a Twilight Zone moment. Not her fault.
He's so
not
upset.
Nick's fault.
He's so upset because they played X-Files music and they said, put on your tinfoil hats. He's so upset. But listen, the reason that people mock this subject is because of idiots like Jeremy Corbell, who put out videos of flares pretending they're alien spaceships, or put out videos of camera artifacts of stars and say they're pyramid spaceships, or I don't know, put out documentaries and say that this guy's a government scientist when he's really a fake convicted pimp, fake scientist. That's why people make fun of this subject. It's his fault that stuff like that happens. He's contributing to the stigma around this by constantly selling fake stories.
It is the producer's fault.
Oh,
now,
it's not
I've
the
made peace with
producer's
that
fault. Yeah.
because they pass things on. But I just really want people to get something clear if we put this in the episode, which is this. I was like,
it's their fault.
Done.
It's
I
all
am
their fault.
never, ever working with these
all their
producers for that
fault.
show again. Well, they're made a big mistake. And that's going to air before this episode comes out. They're giving me 15 minutes of uninterrupted time. Big mistake.
Just keep your clothes on, all right?
Just
do us all a
big
favor.
mistake.
All right.
No, I mean, because here's the deal, man. We
I
need
agree,
to talk
Jason Parker.
with the audience, kind of like where everybody's at. But if you set the tone that way, no one's going to.
Exactly.
We can't even start at square
They
one.
took advantage of
so,
a-
so I
of
just
a
want people to know when you
vulnerable
see these
man,
things on the news,
in my
like
opinion.
sometimes it's legitimate and it's straight. Other times there is nefarious ways to try to make people feel a
Good
certain
point,
way.
Steve. There should
That's
be,
what you
yeah.
saw on that. But there's going to be a redemption
Corbell
moment
knows.
for them, not for me, for them. And hopefully their audience, they can hear a little bit about this topic from the right perspective. I just had to get that off my chest.
He's just repeating what he
You're not
heard.
going to write any songs or strum a guitar in your 15 minutes, are you?
I just,
know, 'cause
I like
the world's not ready for that.
I'm like too serious and angry right now.
Well, yeah,
because I
Batman
have no
balloons.
sense of humor.
They're selling
Anyway,
Batman
let's just,
balloons as alien
Just to
spaceships.
return back to Dave Grusch, sort of to wrap this up. So we mentioned about
Exactly,
the
Lady
allegations
Blah,
that
blah.
were leveled. He comes back from Las Vegas. The next day, they walk him out. You're gone. You're
It's
done.
not that great a
because of these
production, though. It's a couple
just really
cameras and a
puny,
backdrop and two chairs.
allegations that were made against him. His use of a time card, 32 hours or
Exactly.
something out of 10,000, that he had spilled some secrets beyond what he's allowed to say, and that he had mental health issues that hadn't been resolved. There was an adjudication of that.
Yeah.
Those 3 points were considered by an official panel. There was a 147-page document. I wish we could get it. We can't, but that responded to them in great detail. And the organization that oversaw this and heard the complaints against him ruled unanimously in his favor. That was wiped
he's
out.
had team
That
members
stuff was
assassinated.
gone.
So and Chuck McCullough actually also said that they personally went in person, and it was immediately like they couldn't even provide any. It was such a falsified thing that they had no response. They had.
I agree.
When they fought it, it was like it immediately died on the vine.
Yeah. So those allegations were considered bullshit by the U.S. government.
Then why did they have to investigate it?
Wiped out. And then they get
why can't you tell us who the source of the Mosul
a
org was?
media organization to slime Dave and embarrass him and to intimidate other potential whistleblowers going forward. We've been saying it for a long time on this program and in other
I'm way behind in the
forums.
chat. I
The keepers of the secrets, the closer we get to the goodies, the closer the public and Congress get to figuring out what's really going on. Do we have crash saucers? Are they hidden in a hangar somewhere? Are there bodies?
I
Is there
agree,
a reverse
Musha.
engineering
Yeah,
program?
probably
The
Chinese
people who
tech.
know that stuff, who've hidden it away, who've maybe diverted hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars to keep this cover-up going,
Maybe,
are not going to give this stuff
007
up
SN4P?
willingly and easily. They will fight tooth and nail to the very end. And although a lot of people in our audience think we're on the eve of disclosure, boy, all this stuff is coming out. Hold your horses, because the folks who really control things are not giving up. And there's a long way to go in this. And, Dave
Long way to
Grusch
go.
is a hero.
Sure.
And he's also a victim in this. And they're not done with him yet. We know that
No,
they're not done with him yet. And they're not done with maybe us and some other people too.
Yeah, we'll get more into that specifically, but also, his wife, his family, his cute dog, like everybody's like a casualty to this experience. But I respect, I respect David Grusch and what he did. If I ever find out anything he said was a lie, I will immediately turn around and tell people.
That's a factually inaccurate statement. He watched that interview where he said, no, I haven't had mental problems. When he was asked by Ross Coulthart, he didn't report that. Wait a minute. Yes, he did have mental problems. He's not going to tell us the truth if Grusch gets caught lying or lying by omission.
But I can testify to this moment that everything he said has been absolutely like over the top, factually perfect in the sense that, he is meticulous with detail. So look, do you know that movie called Network?
I've heard it once or twice.
Hey,
yeah.
It's that movie called Network where the reporter, I'm mad as hell and I'm not gonna take it anymore.
Howard Beale. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm mad as hell and I'm not gonna take it anymore.
Well,
put on your battle helmet, everybody.
Feels the same way too. We support you, Dave. We're there for you.
We support you as long as you're making us money. We're there for you as long as you're making us money.
And also
they will drop him in a minute if the money dries up. Guaranteed.
Your fellow whistleblowers who are still on the fence about whether to come forward, and we'll be here and we're going to cover it. more.
Yeah. Time is now, and fucking do it.
Yeah.
Oh God. All right. We made it through, friends. We made it through. We made it through the whole garbage stream. Jeremy's mad at what? He's mad at the grift coming crashing down. He ain't going to take people that don't accept fantastical fairy tales about aliens and UFOs without evidence anymore. He ain't going to take it. You people better just buy our stories with no evidence, right? Grusch is perfect, just like Trump's Ukraine's calls. Apparently. Clearly, Corbell has not seen Network. Yeah. Thank God it's over, says Wreaking Havoc 215, and thanks for being a member. Whiskey Disclosure, who knew? Yeah. So I really think we've done more than our due diligence. We're going on 4 hours here. But now is a good time to remind you that we're a viewer-supported show. And if these guys can get paid millions of dollars to lie to you, I gotta believe that the universe will let us make at least enough income to cover our show expenses so that we can tell you the truth. We thank, love, and appreciate all of you people who offer us some support. Our content here is now and always will be free. Even the stuff we put behind the paywall, which is $1 or $5, depending. The Patreon is $1. The YouTube channel membership is $5, and you get the same thing you get on Patreon for the $5, but you get a few YouTube membership benefits. But anyway, even that is free if you just email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. If you're having a tough time, I hate putting the things behind a paywall. We maintain a list and we share it with people. We're a viewer-supported show, and here is, I'm sure Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are going to say that we're begging for money and we're having financial problems, right? No, all people deserve to be paid for their work, including us, and we appreciate all of you that are sharing in the expense of running the show. We'll be launching our new and improved set with in-person guests. We got a nice couch and a new desk. It is beautiful. Can't wait to bring it to you. Here's our announcer to let you know how you too can help.
Truthseekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truthseekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truthseekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truthseekers. Truthseekers.
All right, you got the business side of it out of the way, and we are back. I'll take a few comments and questions from the live chat. Please put them in all capital letters. B. Baker reminding everybody the show is not over. Everybody jumps off. I don't know how we're going to do. Sometimes I think, B. Baker, we should just play that business stuff in the very beginning so people don't jump off, right? A lot of people jump off, and I get it. People don't want to sit through that, especially if you're a longtime viewer because you've heard that pitch a whole bunch of times. I used to do the pitch manually myself try. I would always say I'll do it on tomorrow's show. And yeah, Patty wants a Dino Beaver shirt. We might get that. We might get there. And B. Baker reminding everybody, hit like on the way out. I just wanted to say I just checked in with the Pilled.net live stream. It's up. It looks great. It sounds great. It's beautiful. For those unaware, we have a new distribution partner in the form of Pilled.net. It's just www.pilled.net. It is a free speech, wonderful new platform who have become part of our distribution platform, and they are now going to be sort of sponsors for our show. It's a great relationship that we are beginning with them. I got to know one of their founders, Matt Brown, who I want to thank immensely for making the transition to streaming there just effortless. This was the best experience that I've ever had bringing Truthseekers to a new platform. Rumble was a little rough. Odyssey was really rough. BitChute, this was the easiest experience that I had. For those who don't know, Pilled.net is a new free speech platform that sort of, in my view, it's a great platform that combines things that I like about Facebook with things that I like about Twitter, with things that I like about Discord, with things that I like about YouTube, with things that I like about Twitch. It's like they've taken the best of all these different platforms and really expertly mixed them together. Matt Brown and his co-founder have been programming this site since 2018, just now recently making it publicly available, and now publicly available for content creators. If you sign up at Pilled.net, they will ask you who referred you. Please put my name there, Stephen Cambian. I want them to know that I appreciate this new relationship with them and how they made it so easy for me to sign up and get my streams going as a content creator there. Matt Brown, one of the co-founders, even threw us some of those gold pill monies. We're already praising the cash over on Pilled.net. It's instant monetization if you are a content creator, and there's various ways to earn an income at something you are passionate about or love. So if you have an audio podcast, if you do YouTube videos, if you do live streams especially, they want live streamers. It's super simple to set up. I can't recommend it enough. Put my name, Stephen Cambian, where they ask you who referred you. And then you might want to shoot me the email address that you signed up with at Pilled.net if you're a content creator, and I can try to help get your information to the founders and the creative team there, who can possibly expedite your getting set up and monetized to stream there. I think it's going to be a great relationship for both of us. We played this bumper earlier, but I'm going to play it one more time to tell you a little bit about our new distribution platform and show sponsor, Pill.net.
Welcome to Pill.net. We aren't just another social media platform. We are the home of free speech. Pill.net offers people a place to share their thoughts, ideas, and content without the threat of censorship. With live streaming, uploaded content, social media posting, and more, Pill.net goes the extra mile by introducing innovative features like mobile push notifications that keep you connected without relying on big tech app stores. These notifications allow creators to instantly alert their audience when they're live or have posted new content, ensuring that your message reaches the right audience at the right time. Plus, with monetization available from day one, you can turn your passion into earnings right from the get-go. Donations and subscription options make it easier than ever to earn income with your content. And it doesn't stop there. Pill.net is constantly evolving to meet your needs. Our updated direct messaging system makes it easier than ever for content creators to engage with people privately. Anyone can also go start their own group chats with friends. Pill.net is more than just a platform. It's a lively community where everyone's voice counts. Make your account today and let our team welcome you to Pill.net. Free speech lives here.
Free speech lives here. And I'm looking forward. We're going to be doing some Truthseekers Uncensored. We're going to be doing it there at Pill.net. They're going to let us use hot dancing chicks in our introductions and not demonetize it for us. Imagine that. They're going to let us have pole dancers and not demonetize. We're going to need some stripper poles up in this new set, up in this bitch, right? Because we can use that now, and we can have live dancing girls. We're live dancing men for you ladies. I'm all about both. Let's keep everybody happy. But, let's realize we do have a 90% male audience, but we love you ladies here as well. We'll try to do something for you. So we're going to be doing Truthseekers Uncensored. The first one is not this Saturday night, but the following Saturday night. And I'm going to be doing it from the cabin. You never know who might show up. We might have a Sam Squatch. We might have some special guests at the cabin for a fireside chat next Saturday night, which would make it, let me get the exact date here so I don't misspeak. So Saturday, August 26th is going to be our first live stream from the cabin is going to be Saturday 26th. Our first Truthseekers Uncensored. It's going to be on Pill.net, a free speech platform. We can do literally whatever we want over there and not get censored for it, not get demonetized. And once again, I want to thank Matt Brown and his co-founder for a great site, Pill.net. Give it a try, friends. Make sure you put my name, Steve Cambion, in who referred you. I just want them to know that I appreciate them becoming new distribution partners for us. They are going to be heavily featuring Truthseekers on their site. They've already put us in the promo section, kind of letting everybody know that we're there now. We got a huge welcome, and I love it already. I don't want to get competitive with the other content creators there, but I noticed that we are really doing comparatively incredibly well on views over there compared to some of the other content creators who are also, but everybody's new there. It's a new platform. So I'm excited about it, and I hope you are too. Tonight was the first time in Truthseekers history that we streamed to 7 locations at once. We're already doing the live show. We want to stream it to as many locations as we can get. And again, I want to thank Matt Brown, awesome co-founder. I'm going to ask him if we can have him come here and do an interview about Pill.net and his thoughts on censorship, free speech, things like the Biden laptop situation or the other censorship that has been taking place on major platforms. They don't have that over there. Everybody has an equal voice, and no one is silenced or censored based on race, ethnicity, political leanings, whatever. It's an open public sort of town square where you too can have a voice. And we're excited to be over there. Welcome new distribution partner, Pill.net. And to be clear, they're going to be sort of sponsoring us as well. We're going to be helping them to promote the site, but it's a mutually beneficial relationship. They are supporting me and our show here greatly, incredibly. In fact, I've got unlimited space over there. We're going to upload our entire 1,000+ episode back catalog over there. It's going to take us a while to do that, but they were very generous with me, very welcoming, rolled out the red carpet for Truthseekers. And I got to tell you, that feels great to be appreciated. They know that we do a good show and that we have a great audience here that is an audience of truth seekers who appreciate free speech and things that are important to them as well. So it's a great synergy. I'm looking very, very forward to it. I'm excited to be there. I hope you will check us out. Now, I'm a terrible show host, and I did not provide the link yet to our Pill.net site. But I'm going to do that right now. I am going to copy it, and I'm going to be putting it right in the live chat here on YouTube, our main hub, and I will put it as well I will tweet it out as well. And I'll say, join us on Pill.net. And here is the link to our site. I've put it into the live chat. I'm going to tweet it out right now. I'll just put join us on Pill.net. Use my name as who referred you to sign up. And if you're a content creator, especially if you're somebody that I am familiar with and would be willing to endorse as a good content creator, please do reach out to me and give me the email address that you sign up under, and I will pass that along to the Pill.net team and hopefully expedite your becoming a content creator there. We got to say, great situation. And, sometimes the universe does reward you when you have good karma. The founder kind of contacted me. I was a little skeptical at first. I looked into it. I started looking at the site. Remember, I have a background in computer science and programming. I started looking at this site, and I'm noticing aspects taken that I know or taken. I sort of went, oh, this messaging system is like based on Discord, and oh, this streaming system is like this site or whatever. I noticed elements that appear. The social media posts remind me of Facebook, which I prefer for social media posts. And if I'm going to post a lot of pictures, some of the stuff like just the text posts and the discussions being had remind me of Twitter. So I was very impressed. I think you will be too. If you, and by the way, if you just want to sample a lot of new content that you might not have ever seen before, there's all kinds of content over there that's new, that a lot of people are streaming there exclusively. Maybe they got banned from other sites, or maybe they just decided they want to be on a free speech platform and not one of the other major platforms. In any case, check it out, Pill.net. I highly recommend it. I have tweeted out the link to follow us on Pill.net, our profile and account, and I've put it in the live chat. I hope you'll give it a try. Once again, be sure to put my name for who referred you. I want them to know that we're sending good people there who believe in free speech like me and them. And I look forward to a great working relationship with them as distribution partner and maybe sponsor us. We can help each other. I'll be promoting them and promoting them for other content creators. If you'd like to speak to me off air about being a content creator there and what the experience was like for me, all I have to say mostly is good things, though, what I've already said. But I'd be happy to talk to any of my content creating friends off air and see what I can do to expedite your becoming enabled as a content creator there. So, friends, we have really done our due diligence. We've just hit 4 hours. And I got to tell you, tomorrow night, I think we're finally going to do the not so brief history of UFO crash retrievals. That'll be another long one, but it will be data rich. I have been researching that piece for weeks. It's just about ready to go. Just got to button up a few things, and I really want to get it off my to-do list. So I think the next show will be tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and that would be 8/16 at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And I have to change this to tonight because we've gone over midnight. Yeah. So tomorrow night, I will be here at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we will be streaming to 7 locations again, including Rumble, YouTube, Facebook Live, Twitter, Twitch, and now our new distribution partner and show sponsors, Pill.net. I hope you'll be here with us. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. What great attendance. We had over 200 in the live chat, and I don't think that it aggregates the Pilled viewers. We had a bunch of viewers over there. Welcome new viewers from Pilled.net. Excited that to find new friends on Pilled.net, and I highly recommend it. So we'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We want to thank you, Twitch subscribers, Patreon supporters, YouTube channel members, Super Chatters, Super Sticker purchasers, Super Thanks people, and of course, you PayPal pledgers. And by the way, I just want to check in with that really quickly. For those unaware, we read every single Super Chat, and we thank every single PayPal pledger. Instructions for how to help our show off or on air is in the description of the video. So we want to thank Maria for a kind and generous $50 PayPal pledge, who says, good things are coming for you and your show. I can feel it. Yeah. Do you feel that? Things are starting to happen for us. We got this new set going. We've got new distribution partners, new sponsors. We're praising the cash all over. And Maria, thank you for helping us praise the cash to the tune of $50. Very, very kind and generous of you. We appreciate that very, very much. We also want to thank John for a kind and generous $10 PayPal pledge. No message, but thank you, John, initials JP, for a kind and generous $10 PayPal pledge. Praise the cash, friends. And by the way, we already are praising the cash over there on Pill.net. We've already made money today. We did 2 test streams, both of which made a little bit of money over there on Pill.net. Now we have tonight's stream, I think made some money on Pill.net. Kind of hard to tell on the fly, but I think that it did. You kind and generous benefactors. We want to thank our chat room moderators, our announcer, Mr. Ian, and everybody else. And we thank Al Garay, who is always holding down the Twitch chat, who says, congrats, Truthseekers, on the new distributions channels. Yes, and by the way, I want to thank you, Twitch subscribers. If you don't know this, you can give us a few bucks on Twitch for free if you have an Amazon Prime account. All you do is link your account and then go back to your Twitch account, and you could give us a couple of bucks for free. We're praising the cash on Twitch, taking money out of Jeff Bezos' pocket. Praise the cash on Pill.net. Praising the cash on Facebook now. We're monetized on Facebook. Praising the cash on Pill.net, YouTube, Facebook, everywhere. I'm trying to get it going for Twitter. We'll see about that. But thank you, Al Garay. We want to thank all of our kind and generous benefactors. You all in the live chat, all of them. You chatters in the Pill.net chat, you Rumble chatters, you Twitter viewers, Facebook Live viewers, and of course our YouTube chat, which is essentially our main hub. We have done our due diligence, friends. I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I sure hope that you will be with us. Until next time, friends. And by the way, this really is all I got for you for now. But I'll be back. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you, especially you, David Grusch. I will pray for you because I truly think that you are getting taken advantage of by a bunch of UFO profiteers. I will keep you in my daily thoughts and prayers. I care about you, even if they don't. Good night, and God bless all of you.